Welcome everyone. It is I. And doing this streaming on specific days lark recently, I have begun to get some more information about what days are not very busy. Tuesday at this time, at least at the moment, is not very busy. Maybe because it's December, maybe because I've been covering a lot more US stories over the last year. Don't know. Either way, that's important information. But hello to those of you who are here right now. I'm expecting there to be more people showing up later in the stream. We will start with some of the stories for now. However, I might change the schedule to... no worries, Carmen. I might change the schedule to target days when there's more people around. Also, looks like Quattro is not feeling very well, so best of luck to him on his recovery. So let's start with some memes. Oh no, that sucks. Yes, as if it wasn't bad enough that Quattro has to play Dustborn and Forspoken, he's actually being limited from doing so by a bureaucratic mix-up. Welcome, Empire, on YouTube. Yeah, I think it's either the time or it's the day or it's both. But there's not a lot of people around right now. His body's rebelling against the idea of playing more Dustborn. Yeah, that must be it. Yeah. For those wondering, on YouTube, for example, Quattro, a member of the community, was sponsored basically by other members of the community to play Dustborn, as well as Forspoken, which he has started. But as soon as he did one play session of Dustborn, he got too ill to continue. So get well soon to him. Let's start with some memes. Firstly, we got this. This is a situation which I believe this was the shooting in Australia. If I'm mistaken, we'll certainly find out today. Girl bosses in movies versus girl bosses in real life. And this is possibly, I mean, this is part of the reason, it's not the whole reason, why they are so disliked in movies, not just by men, but by women as well. Because it doesn't ring true. And no one's ever seen it happen. I mean, have you ever seen I'm sure there's one example, a real life example of a woman, especially a somewhat attractive woman, who did something heroic, who was actually brave, who risked their life to save others, physically. I'm not aware of any, none are coming to mind. There probably are some. Surely someone in chat remembers some occasion when this happened. Either way, it's not common. For men doing it, it's we see a news story where it happens probably 3 or 4 times a year, like a major notable one. And then if you were to search for them, there'd be dozens of notable examples. It's not like it happens every day, but it's a lot more common. IRL girl boss equals free reloads, says H of an H. Yeah, I guess so. Hello, Years. Merry Christmas to you too. Hopefully, you guys will be joining for the Lord of the Rings watch through we'll be doing in Cabal on the weekend. Yes, I'm doing a bit of research and discovering that Tuesday at 9 PM is not a good time for my existing audience to attend. But I think the numbers will ramp up to today, and there's a special reason why. We'll see how my family schedule goes this weekend. Good for you, that's interesting. I wonder why it's different. The idea of playing causes a penis to suddenly manifest. I see. Yes, games that get, yeah, Dustborn. It's pretty gay. One female Soviet pilot group, but communists, yeah. And I don't know how many of the stories about them would have been severely exaggerated because propaganda. Not to say necessarily that communists do that and capitalists don't, or whatever the definition would be, but just that it would benefit to lie about that. 9 PM for US, 4 PM for East Coast, 1 PM for East Coast. Maybe most people are still working and traveling. That's my suspicion, yeah. But I think the numbers will pick up. Week before Christmas, yeah. That's sort of what I'm gleaning here. Tuesday is my experimental timing day where I'm going to try streaming at different times during the day and just see which one works the best. Today I'm actually doing the normal time, but there's a different experiment happening today. Let's see what else we got. Hello, Dang. Last night on my stream, I'm only half my normal viewers. Yeah, it's probably that then. I got about half now of what I would usually have, so it could just be that. Anyway, we'll continue. I think the numbers will pick up. This has been going around. Haven't seen the movie, and I don't intend to see the movie. Press 1 if you also don't intend to see this movie. But I mean, like, and maybe this is the one factor that would get you there. But I believe the blue man on the right is your gruff military Xenos-hating commander from, I've seen one of the Avatar movies. I believe that's him, but in the blue body. And the woman is some leader of some evil fire tribe or something, showing off flamethrower. It's the meme. It's the Xenos GF, as we've all seen the memes going around. But it's still not enough for me to watch it, I'm afraid. Dang is saying too. Dang, will you be watching this then? He's the actual non-traitor hero of the movie, yet yes, not that turncoat fag, so Saunders. I'd be inclined to definitely see it that way. The movie lays out the conditions and sort of fails to the moral conditions and sort of fails to meet them to a large extent. The humans in the first Avatar are unrealistically evil, I feel. And, but still, it would not take much to get a more equitable arrangement for both parties that would result in no war, but still resources. Or at least I remember thinking that when I watched it. Because I think I watched it in the last sort of 5 years or so, and I thought, that's just fucking stupid. Why would they do that? Either way. What the fuck is that horror on the screen, says Nachos. Nachos, you've got the screen turned off and you're seeing your reflection. In IMAX, no less. Dang, you like these, or are you seeing it specifically for this relationship? Would Yara horror the movie only, if only to not give that fag Cameron money, says Karma. I mean, put it on in Cabal if you like. We could do a showing. We could do the. She might be a tomboy as well. I don't know, but either way, the Xenos GF trope rather. You got this one as well. When the paramilitary nut job finally gets his grippy sock GF from Santa. So they both enjoy a little bit of murder, don't they? I don't know. The military guy's not even murder. But here's the question, chat. He has become a rather popular mimetic figure, especially for the right wing and for masculine people in general, which crosses over quite well these days. Are they going to debase him in this movie? Are they attempting to imply that by falling for this woman, he's, see, you liked the wrong character. He's one of us, much like when Matt Fury tried to kill Pepe in his comic. Yeah, the character's not yours anymore. And even in this case, he doesn't look the same, does he? So you could certainly argue it won't have much of an effect. But if that's what they're trying to do, once again, I think it may have backfired. So far, what I've seen from the right is, based, and we get the girl. But yeah, humans are unrealistically restrained. Jake Sully was given a blank check to give the blue flags literally anything and never once tries to negotiate with them, and the military still go out their way to minimize casualties. I can't remember exactly what it was about it, but I did think this is written deliberately to make the humans look bad. One says, no, they're fucking not. Humans in the first movie were excessively accommodating of the blue catmen, not at all cruel. Yeah, I think that was what I misremembered probably, but it was something like that. They were far too merciful. They tried again and again to negotiate to no avail. The traitor was supposed to be the negotiator because he was the only one catmen talked to, and he didn't even try. Yeah, no, that was it. Yeah, it was something. I think it was something that I should watch it again and commentate on it, I suppose. But his job was to try and negotiate to get the resources, and he just went in there and betrayed his people for some blue pussy. That is a bit. That's not a great moral lesson, is it? From the trailer, the blue goth alien is an anti-blue monkey tribe leader who sides with the humans to wipe out the hive mind shit. Even better. James Cameron might not be trying to insult the entire right wing by making this. Fantastic. Yeah. Yeah, JD, there's a lot of that, isn't there? I mean, the peaceful tribes didn't get slaughtered, usually. Not a great lesson, but relatable. Sustained, perhaps. see. The USSS, US Secret Service agents trying to cover El Presidente were glorified counterfeit chasers that barely came up to his sternum. It's age of an age. Interesting. Trump had better protection from his private security he had. That's what I was thinking. The thing is, private security is highest bidder, and the globalists have a lot of money. Then again, so does the US government, so maybe more. But they have to succeed every time. They only have to fail once or betray their client once. So I'm not sure what to suggest there. Notable failure of the IRL girl boss is the actual assassination attempt on the Orange Man. Yeah. There were women there, weren't there? And they were barely involved. They barely helped. I guess I should watch Avatar again and commentate on it, or is it not worth it? The peaceful and smart tribes are the ones that are still around. The savage ones were wiped out. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's certainly there's probably some overlap there, but there's certainly some tendency towards that. Believable interpretation that the scientists that used the fake bodies got mind whammied by the supermind of the planet. Yeah, that's not a bad interpretation. I've been told by someone who was shown the movie early that by the end, basically nothing has changed and the whole thing might as well never even have happened for the good or bad it does. Yeah, but just think how much blue there is. Just think how much fucking blue there is. I'm sure it's very colourful. Let's continue. Oh yeah, this Twitter account says, who do you think is the most effective MP in Parliament right now? Vote and tell me why in the replies. Rupert Lowe gets 87%, while Nige is trailing on only 11. Generic, I think, is a Conservative on 2, and then Mike Tapp on 0. To which Rupert Lowe replies, Tapp doing better than I expected. I actually don't know who Tapp is, but perhaps that's the indication. Lowe well ahead of Farage here, which does sort of match how I feel about them in principle. Rupert Lowe is acting much more principled. However, the defense I must ever pull out is that he is not actually leading a political party that's well ahead in the polls and just needs to hold on to that for a few years. The best defense I can give of Farage's various purges is he's purging the people who would hurt it, who would give the press the easiest time in defaming his party, which I don't like, but I do understand. And this is a poll of like internet right-wingers, of people that deliberately follow this account and participate in polls. It's only 624 votes. If you ask the country, they'll give you a different answer. Yiz says, I am poor, but share what little I have when I can. Merry Christmas. Thank you, Yiz. Greatly appreciate it. Let me go ahead and... have you used the Cabal Aid system yet, Liz? Yeah, Yiz, sorry. Target is amount 100. There you go. So here's the current state of the Cabal Aid board. There's some instructions at the bottom. Like a lot of these topics can do things. In fact, because we're supposed to be checking this at the beginning of every stream overlay. What overlay has been selected today? Fighter pilot overlay is actually still on from last time. I'm not sure if we should count that because it's from last time, but the idea is whichever's the highest overlay on there. Tits overlay is a special one. That's a background, but only if it gets to 100. Whichever's the highest on there, if it's above £15, it gets applied. So currently it's fighter pilot overlay. You can /denounce it to prevent that from being applied if you want, chat. But yeah, there's loads of things this does. Yes, if you remember the old TP system, topic popularity, it's like that, but new and supposedly better. I haven't automated contributions going automatically into people's accounts yet, but I do it manually. Kieran says, the only girl boss I can think of is unironically Queen Elizabeth drove herself 90% of the time until age caught up, demanded her family not use connections for academic achievements, and fixed trucks for the RAF as part of her national service. There's a lot of things to like about Liz. Some things to be unsure or particularly negative about, particularly towards the end of her life politically. But there's questions, obviously, you can ask as to whether she had any pull or whether she could have done much about it. But yeah, there's a lot to like as well. If you want to see, from what I've read about, and I haven't looked into it deeply, but if you want to see a modern day equivalent in the royal family, allegedly Princess Anne is pretty based. Haven't looked into her in detail though, just seen some good stuff. Thank you, Yiz. You can also check it yourself. You can use / commands. You can do /leaders. You can also do leader for one thing, leaders for multiple with a set of filters. And then some users can use leaders F, which allows you to do a regular expression to search for topics. And if you do /C, there's more details on your current amount, which you now have some of. So you're able to spend it. The royal family is held hostage by the central banking cartel. They set up shop in London over 100 years ago and have most European leaders under their control. Side of the British crown has no difference this year. Well, it'd be a shame if that's true. Unfortunately, I think that's a decent description of the picture for the entire world, particularly with the prevalence of, with essentially some entities becoming more powerful than nations. This is why nations are being sort of dissolved at their borders, especially at their borders and at their top levels. And I think it's why a lot of politicians seem to be intending to do the right thing and then don't. Some of them are just actors, pre-traitors, and some of them probably wanted to do the right thing but were forced not to. And there's plenty of examples of this. I think Trump is in the latter camp. I think Farage is in the latter camp. We don't know if he's going to do the right thing yet, but he may well not. Theresa May may even have been in the latter camp, but it was maybe a bit of both. Boris, I'm not sure. He may have intended to do good. But there's some indications he was always a pro-globalist, but you never know what interpretation there might have been of that. Someone says, in any other time period that she did to the Commonwealth with Rhodesia alone would have got her head mounted at the Tower of London. I don't know the story of that, to be honest. 1.3 million in 1 year, there's no excuse. No, it's not an excuse. The only thing is, it's like, okay, either you let this happen or we will literally tank the country's economy and move elsewhere. And maybe they show exactly how that's going to happen. They show exactly that they can do that. I mean, I think the same thing happened with Liz Truss. The markets tanked when she described her plan. Now, partly that's because the plan was a bit nuts. But I think partly it was intentional. What communism won over good white people and their values. Okay. I don't know the story, but I'm sure it is a bad story. After the US deep state betrayed the UK by forcing the Suez Canal out of their hands, the UK lost the resources required to both rebuild home and maintain an empire. I think from what I have, I'm not the expert here, so I value any input, but from what I'd seen, the empire was kind of getting pretty impossible to maintain anyway. It may be that that kind of empire doesn't really work over countries above a certain level of civilization. And it's not that India was civilized, it's just that India and the other countries that we controlled, the level was just creeping just a bit too high to maintain an empire over them. I think perhaps it requires, especially from just a small island, it requires significant technological advantages, I suspect. Like the reason the empire collapsed is that may have been happening anyway, but it was World War II. It's because we were right next to the epicenter of that war. The dominance was significantly decreased by the transformation the country had to go to survive, and then had to repay the debt to America, who was fortunate enough to just sit over there and participate a little later when it was a bit more beneficial. Certainly, plenty of American soldiers gave their lives for the conflict. I'm not saying that it was fake or whatever, but they were just fortunate not to have to participate until later. And so they probably could have optimized profits from it more. So I'm certainly not saying the US just sort of cheated that, but they did get pretty good advantages from it. Yeah. Well, say Peppy, it depends if we're talking about an empire where the states controlled don't have representation in the home country, then that's not really multi-ethnic society. It's a mono-ethnic society, the UK, as it was during the empire, as far as I know, with small exceptions, controlling a bunch of other nations. But as I say, I think they started off easily savage enough to be controlled, because military and organizational technology of the British Empire was just so superior. But then I think perhaps the problem is we were fucking too nice to them. We built infrastructure for them. And so they started to get the impression that they didn't need the empire. Anyway, let's go on to the next thing. So this is pain. Box of 50 Samsung M2 SSDs ruined after child bends them to test durability. $3,800 worth of SSDs destroyed. This is a dumb story. I just want to know why this happened. To test durability. A post in the Vietnamese Facebook group Build PC shows a painful sight for any parts seller. A table full of Samsung M2 NVMe SSDs bent and snapped after a 10-year-old tried to test durability. The PC enthusiast and dad wrote that he had just stocked up while RAM, graphics cards, SSDs, and CPUs were getting more expensive. Then his son broke the whole box. The post lists NVMe SSD 512 gig at about 2 million VND each, with 50 units in the box. Photos show dozens of banana curved M2 sticks laid out in rows. That's horrible. Now, notably, these are not RAM sticks, DDR, which is the thing that's become more expensive, but perhaps he's speculating that SSDs will go the same way. Perhaps they already are. I haven't looked into that, actually. Samsung PM991A, 512 gig models. The estimated damage is around $4,000, just under $4,000. A small chance some of the SSDs could still function. On many 2280 drives, the main components sit on a shorter front section while the rest is mostly bare PCB. That can happen, but if that's the case, then they are probably operating without a DRAM cache, which means they're cheaper, which means probably not these ones. I don't know if Samsung even sells any SSDs that don't have a DRAM cache, but some cheaper brands do. If you see an SSD that's cheap, like surprisingly cheap, it's because it does not have a cache, which means that if it has a cache, then probably at 90% of its operations will be drastically faster. But if it doesn't have a cache, it'll all be SSD speed. With a cache, a lot of it will be RAM speed. If you do a big transfer that's bigger than the cache, then it'll drop down to SSD speed. But for the little transfers, all on DRAM, which is much faster than SSD memory. The canal was paid for and designed largely by the UK, and the concessions was to allow Egypt partial control and to have local labour prioritised. Egypt then legally seized the whole thing, and when the UK rocked up with French aid, the US threatened the UK into giving it up to Egypt or they'd get involved. The Suez Canal was at that point the most important trade route globally and was worth trillions over the decades since. Those funds and control over access would have strengthened the empire immeasurably, but US deep state stooges, not the regular best ally Yanks, decided they wanted to be well pleased. I need to look into that story more, but that is, if you are correct in your interpretation, then that is very sad. Nacho says, why the fuck would you do that? Because he's 10, I think. Time to abort the kid at the age of 10, says JDev. Yeah, exactly. In order to keep control, you need to have 80% of your group in demographics in an area. Or dominant technology. I think that's what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with you about demographics. I just don't think it applies here. German nurse gets life in jail after murdering 10 to reduce workload. Jesus. Yeah, well, at least she got life in prison. You know, some would ask for worse, and I understand that. Time to teach a valuable lesson to that kid, says Nachos. What, you're going to have him repaying that debt for the rest of his childhood at least, or more. Next time he wants a PC component, next time he wants anything for his PC, you just remind him of this, at the very least, and they get him a cheaper one than the one he wants. Jada says Jimmy Carter should have been charged with treason. I don't know much about it. Unfortunately, the situation is that if a country can get away with doing something, generally, it's not nice to say, but generally it should. And that's not a moral statement. It's just that there's no higher authority. The only thing you can say is sort of long-term trust and allegiance between nations, which probably there was some sacrifice of there. Unfortunately, though I would prefer it not be so, the US could get away with that. Yeah, I did hear about the Panama Canal $1 thing. Giving it to locals is got to be a terrible idea. I don't understand why no one would think that's a good idea, unless they specifically, well, maybe they're just being paid by that country, specifically just them, to do so. I don't know. The thing is, Toast, they have, even if it's fluctuated sometimes, but they would not. I don't think there'd be a lot of point in dropping that. I mean, the reason the UK has been so vastly successful in its history is because of the people. It's not the landmass. I mean, the position obviously is a factor, and go back far enough, it's evolutionary, it's geological, it's location, it's all that stuff. But past about 600 years ago or so, very approximately, it's the people, and to some extent the coal deposits. That's maybe the only other thing. So, and the US has much the same stock. So, I think that the British stock is no longer so much better than the rest of the world that we can afford not to use the advantage of those that are similar, even if we have a rocky past as allies. From an espionage and dirty deal perspective, it was a triumph. South American dictators and cartels got a huge cash flow and allow regime change and political manipulation for an entire continent for essentially free. Unfortunately, in every other category, it was terrible and does not balance out at all. If you're a subhuman ghoul working in Langley in DC, however, yeah, I understand. If your interpretation of events is correct, then I think I would agree. All right, let us continue. But chat, when we hit about 10 p.m., remind me, I will need to have a quick look at YouTube because a thing is about to happen which has not happened in an age. And speaking of that quote, by the way, let me just get you a link. There it is. Lord of the Rings watch-through event, a Cabal tradition which we've skipped for a couple of years, but which I'm bringing back. Mark as interested on that, and you will get an alert when we start. That'll be on this Saturday at 9 p.m. UK time. I hate that the time doesn't really fit for everyone, but it's a 6-hour at least event. There's no good way to make the time fit for everyone. So I've selected a time that gives a decent balance between Europe and the US. If you missed the beginning of Fellowship, apologies. If you missed the end of Two Towers, apologies. But frankly, weakness. Weakness is on a Saturday. Some people work on a Saturday, obviously, but less. So, weakness. If you can't endure the entire thing, so we'll probably do 2 movies on the first night and 1 movie on the second night. There's no good way of apportioning them. We might split halfway down Two Towers if people want to, but I'm not sure. I just said I watch it once a year already, ready to watch with you faggots. Yes, fantastic. We used to watch it once a year in Cabal. I felt that was a little bit too much, but then never really scheduled to watch it again. So maybe we'll go back to doing it once a year. I'm not sure, but December seems like a decent time to do it. It's a feel-good set of movies. And maybe your D&D game on Saturday, so unless it's cancelled, I'll be playing with husband and friends. Understood, yes. Understood. It's you'll be most welcome, but I understand. Wasn't for Chamberlain, the British Empire might not have collapsed when it did. I maybe would need to look into that more. Why don't we sentence all non-attendees to a forced deportation to Brazil? Yeah, that could work. Usually Friday and Saturday are my friend and family days, so we're already doing all that stuff. Yeah, fair enough. Understood. All right, let's continue. The world you grew up in no longer exists. The iHeart 66, 68, 70, and 71 stickers are there, and you might guess that the 69 sticker is what's missing, but no, it's the 67 sticker. Can someone explain 67 to me? I don't understand it. Why is it now a more popular meme than 69? I need to look this up. 67 meme. And what is this? Yeah, that's different. 6-7 meme? March 2025. That's older than I expected. 6-7, I see. I guess it's a reference to... Why is it not on Know Your Meme? Oh, it just doesn't turn up by default. Okay, well, that's obviously the right source. Know Your Meme is one of the least biased sources on the internet, by the way. Okay, this is about to be painful, isn't it? 6-7 meme, also known as the 6-7 meme, 6-7 meme, or 6-7 song, refers to a series of memes about a lyric in the song Doot Doot by Skrilla, featuring G Herbo, a hip-hop song released in December 2024 that was popularized on TikTok and Instagram Reels in January 2025. That's a while ago. That month, the song and its 6-7 lyric notably became the subject of a basketball edit of NBA player LaMelo Ball Great name for a basketball player, who is 6'7" in height. The editors found clips of people saying 6'7" and then used them as the intros for ball highlight reels. Used to cue the bait and switch. I don't know what that means. Okay. This is new generation shit. And obviously we're all expected, as not many of us are like Gen Alpha. I mean, Gen Alpha's, I don't think, even 18 yet. But we're all expected to dislike this because it's young people stuff. And I do have a sort of intuitive, just a little bit dislike of it. Many of you probably have a stronger one. However, what I would like to say more than that, as a lament for this, is not so much that it's of young people, it's a young people thing, but more so that it's a corporate thing. It's an engineered meme, a manufactured meme, and it's successfully effective. Now, not all manufactured memes are, and some in the past have been, but I do hope that we're not heading towards a time where manufactured memes just become more common. Memes are one of the only refuges from corporate influence, and if corporations start getting good at memes, well, that's probably bad news. The culture will have to keep changing very rapidly to avoid this. Or perhaps it'll just keep moving gradually up the spear without ever reaching the tip. Either way, it's depressing that that's all this is. It's just some gay song tie-in. And I would like to say, and perhaps chat, you would type 69 if you agree with me, that I do heart 69. Anyone want to concur with that? Anyone want to type 69 for me to concur that? Anyone want to admit that publicly? I certainly think it's a very aesthetically pleasing number. There you go, Nachos and Garma have done it. Kieran will not 69 with me. That's all right, Kieran. I wasn't offering. I would recommend that you find someone more anatomically compatible, or at least sexually compatible. Not that that has anything to do with the number, of course. Yeah, see, this is how I feel, chat. Because I am basically Leonardo da Vinci reborn, this is how I feel. So, quote, I have offended God and mankind by doing so little with my life. Leonardo da Vinci on his deathbed. Yeah, that's how I feel most days. This commenter here says, Da Vinci was notoriously lazy. He left a lot of projects half-finished. His patron was really too nice to him and let him do what he wanted. Michelangelo, on the other hand, had toxic Pope Julius as his patron, who got him to complete many masterpieces by consistently threatening his life and pillaging his hometown. You need a toxic male to get some results out of these sentimental artists types, she says. Notice how no good Hollywood movies being made without Harvey Weinstein. Same issue. I'm not sure about the Weinstein thing. People always say that he was a positive influence. I think things were going downhill before he got Me Too'd. But you know, arguably with him it was justified. But the Me Too thing took off after then to a lot of unjustified people. And even then, I mean, justified in a sort of social sense, but not legally. He wasn't raping anyone. Although, you know, coercive, but still, it's still voluntary ultimately. Yeah. So there's arguments on both sides there, but there's probably some truth to this. The kind of, I think it's probably ADHD. I think that's probably what Leonardo was afflicted with. But that kind of person probably does need a lot of pushing to do certain things, a manager of some kind. And they don't always have one. Yeah. I have seen a confident attempt to do so with someone, or a confidently stated intent to do so with someone. Confidently stated as, it will work, or I know what I'm doing, and it failed. Certainly seems to have failed. So it's a difficult thing. It may be more difficult to manage someone that's lazy but talented than it is for that person to do it themselves, but with greater heights of achievement if you can. What's this? Kieran, is that CGI wide mouth opening an attempt to refer to 69? Chap, don't make Nachos regret typing 69 in order to agree with me. Nachos, would you like me to not read out the comment thread that has led to this point? No, do it, she says. The Fujoshi place is open for Christmas, and one of the Fujoshi invited me to come have sushi with them for Christmas. I'll probably take them up on it. Fair enough, yes. Have fun, but don't get in too deep. You know what they want. Core says disagreeing with Uzlu is based. I mean, kinda. It's something that I value. Someone says the image I'm getting is Da Vinci basically being the Renaissance version of Chris Chan back when Null was making him do his commissions prior to Barb breaking, except talented. There's a lot of that I don't understand because I am not acquainted with Christery. Chat, here's the thing. I've never watched the Chris Chan documentary series. I know it's really fucking long, but if you'd like me to watch it and commentate on it publicly for your enjoyment, then you can do /support Uza Watch Christery. Let's just show you what that looks like. There you go. That's the name of it. You can /support that or /denounce that. Apparently I had denounced it. Well, you know what? Let me just denounce it because that does sound like pain. But if you guys want to put me through that pain, you can do /support Christery on that. I haven't necessarily defined where that needs to get for me to do it. But /support it if you want it to happen. He says, I will not be watching. I don't need to watch it, and I agree it will just be pain. Yeah, it probably will be, but it might be entertaining. Chris Chan needed to be basically forced to fulfill his commissions before he got arrested. Michelangelo and Galileo had a Tard Wrangler forcing them to work. Da Vinci didn't. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Uh-oh. User Watch Christery has boosted well above 0. But not high enough for me to say that clinches it. I think I need to get it quite high in order to be willing to do that. That's content for the next 3 years. It sure is. As long as people want me to. Probably wouldn't do any more than 1 a week. The whole thing is terrible if we are a SM cult after all. The whole thing is terrible is we are an SM cult after all, so you should do it and we should all attend. What, sadomasochistic? I guess. I think that's your answer, yes. Don't give us a, yeah, no, fair enough. I got the picture. I got the message in the end. Space Marines. Not quite what he meant. All right. So, yes, do you see how the Cabal Aid system works? Everyone has a certain amount of influence inherently, and then it goes towards everything that they have supported at the same time, rather than being limited like it was before. You denounced the idea. Yeah, no, fair enough. I'm talking more about the numbers, but that's fine. Somnus is pinging 8-Ball and says we have a chance to do something really, really funny to Uzlu. 8-Ball has gifted me a Steam code for Beyond Two Souls, which is probably the worst David Cage game. So if you want me to play that, then you can do /support Uza Plays Beyond Two Souls. You'll have to abbreviate that. B2S will be fine. If you do /leaders, filter Uza Plays, like this, you can see the current state of the Uza Plays board. And if you go to the wiki, there's a link to the Uza Plays thing. Actually, I'll show you here, which has a list of all the games I have queued up. Now, Project Wingman I've now finished, actually, so I should modify the wiki. I finished that last stream, which is good. If you're watching on YouTube and you're not aware that this happens, then come to Cabal. That's where the game streams are. And I may upload them onto a gaming channel at a later time, but that's where they've been for now. Beyond Two Souls is the game that made Ellen Page become a Zippertits. Working with David Cage was that bad. I thought there was some time separation between those two things. I also heard that there was a therapist who manipulated her into doing it. And maybe she was at therapy because of David Cage. But I don't know how confirmed it is that she became a Zippertits because of that. But it's very sad that she did. The game was not very good. I haven't played it, but I've watched it, and it's mostly a story game anyway. But it's not very good. And there are David Cage games which are not good, but are fun. Like mostly to mock, mostly because they're ridiculous. Detroit Become Human, from what I've seen, actually is fairly good in terms of the story. Obviously, there's some criticisms you could make of it, but it's quite well conceived. I think that's David Cage. And then Fahrenheit is not bad either in terms of the story. It's a bit crazy, but it's not bad. Beyond Two Souls is dumb. Heavy Rain is... I had my misgivings about it when I saw it last time. I can't remember what they were. And Omicron, I haven't played, but it is on the list. I'm going to be made to play David Cage's first game, which I'm told is catastrophic. So we'll see how that is. Yeah. So okay, yes. Omicron, Fahrenheit, Heavy Rain, Beyond Two Souls, and Detroit. I may be missing one, but of all of those, I have watched every one of them played by someone else except Omicron. Omicron I'm actually new to. So that's the one that's on the list that I'll actually play it and not know what is going to happen next. That's a good point. Yeah, he is good. And actually the relationship between the friendship between him and the robot is actually quite well done. Omicron's miserable to get through. It's fucking nuts. You probably have a good time with it, but you need to use the guide or you'll never get through it. Well, I'll have chat. So there you go. He's French. Is he cool? I didn't know he was French. I thought he was like Scandinavian or something. He sounds Scandinavian. Natchez wants to turn the Woman Alliance into Cabal's version of the Sisters of Battle. Yeah, so we'll get to stream content briefly. We'll go to news, but just quickly. Nachos, so there's a new feature in Cabal where you can give yourself the role Woman Alliance supporter. Now, any man that gives himself this will instantly be referred to as a simp, instantly and forever. It's mostly designed for women, but it is also the only way to enter the kitchen. Cabal now has a kitchen, and it can be used for that purpose. So far, the only male to take up the role is 8-Ball, because he wants every single role. This is just how it is. So yes, you can use /IAM, the IAM system, to give yourself that role. You can use IAM list to show all the roles that are available. There's many, many available. Hello, Aiden, and Aiden's viewers. Welcome to YouTube on my channel. We are talking today about that news with this. I'm told that Aiden's sending a lot of people over. I haven't seen them show up yet, but I did get a notification on my live chat that they're on their way. Aiden may be joining as a guest as well. So if you like Aiden's content and you didn't want to get aggressively redirected here, well, she's probably going to join. So yeah, Aiden's just finished her premiere, and we're going to be receiving her viewers. Hello, Aiden. Welcome. I was told that there was a redirect, but my YouTube has not updated to reflect the change yet. We'll see what happens, though. Hello, Aiden's stepfather, says Michael Doberman. Hello, Michael Doberman. Yes, I am indeed Aiden's stepfather. Adopted, like properly adopted father at this point. I mean, I think her mum seemed to be okay with it when I talked to her. So there you go. Aiden, do you want to hop into hosts? You're welcome to. User plays inside. Okay, that's interesting. Welcome, Aiden.
Hello.
Thank you for throwing your viewers at me.
Yeah, I don't know how many will, but that video will redirect.
Appreciate it.
I checked that it worked, so.
Yeah, we've leaped up from 13 to 22. For those wondering, the viewer count on my channel should be higher, but I've been aggressively censored by YouTube. My main account was deleted many years ago, and since then, I don't know. I guess I'm just boring. But there you have it. I'm sure Aiden would agree.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Revlon says Aiden's audience hates you, so didn't expect many. Might be worth actually talking about news.
That's also true.
Thank you, Aiden.
I know that might make it worse.
That's a good point, actually. I better not state any opinions.
Just don't say any stupid ones.
Well, that's your job. That's why you're here. Michael
to
Doberman
have stupid
says,
opinions.
Yeah. Michael Doberman says Oozlu's actually kind of handsome. Thank you, Michael. You wouldn't be the first homo in my audience. Right. Shall we talk about news? I think the story that we have here is one that we're going to have a fairly unambiguously agreeing position on. But we'll see. I'm curious about the redirect. Anyone who's come over from Aiden's premiere, were you asked hey, do you want to go and watch this stream that Aiden has recommended? Or was it just directly sent over?
So it will automatically play it if you keep the page open. Like it auto redirects at the end of the video.
Okay. So anyone that was asleep during the premiere should have found their way here. Hard transfer.
Or I think that anyone who is still watching it while this is live will get redirected here at the end of the video.
I can't say I would be particularly happy if that happened to me, but c'est la vie. Let's get on with some news. What I mean is, like, if I was watching a premiere and I was forcefully redirected. But
well, YouTube's going to redirect you to something afterwards, no matter what.
You can turn autoplay off. I always have autoplay off.
Okay. So well, it doesn't then if you have autoplay turned off, I'm sure.
Yeah, that may be it, yeah. Not asked. Well, then enjoy being non-consensually adopted by me, much like Aiden was. Yiz says, imagine still using YouTube. Pashut. True. So, the most important thing about this incident in Australia, which I think is what this image is from, of course, is the backlash against peaceful Muslims. Australian Prime Minister warns about right-wing extremist groups after Muslim father and son shot up Hanukkah event. This, of course, is the highest priority. Let's hear what he said, as much as it will be painful.
We take Asia's advice very seriously.
Oh, echo for me.
Closely with
I know why. It's fixed.
them. We receive regular updates as well. The Director General of Asia has warned about a range of threats, be it anti-Semitism, the rise of right-wing extremist groups as well, and we continue to work closely with our security agencies.
That if that was the only mention, then it's about as bad as I'd expect from a leader, but honestly not quite as bad as this sounded like it was. He still had to give lip service to it because his funders want him to, I suppose.
Well, it isn't without actual precedent either, having just looked through all that terrorist data. Violence does tend to be reciprocal. So when they were right-wing extremist groups, he didn't have to necessarily typify that. It could be anti-Islamic, which is not inherently right-wing, although it tends to almost entirely be, I suppose.
Someone make a good point. I didn't adopt Aiden non-consensually. I had the very enthusiastic consent of her mother. True, but it was Aiden herself who was non-consensually adopted. The adoption was with consent of the mother, but Aiden herself did not consent.
Jesus Christ.
True, Kieran, true. And I forget frequently. Years says, I hate how basically every leader of every white country is a disgusting, dysgenic moron. Yeah, I'm getting that from this guy. He was talking very slowly. I mean, for a leader, it's difficult because you've got so much to think about, so much pressure from so many angles, and a lot of it you can't convey what's happening, or you can't convey the real reasons. Sometimes for illegitimate reasons, and sometimes for legitimate reasons. So there's so much to think about. So a leader has a tough time. However, they have a team of experts helping them with it, and they can script anything. And they're supposed to be the people most capable of dealing with that pressure. So, explain yourself. Kieran quotes Aiden saying, "You're not my real dad, Uzuwu."
Yeah, true, Uzuwu, no. You're not my real dad, fuck you.
No, it's true, I'm not your biological father. But I am the father who stepped up.
Oh my god. I fucking hate this. This is starting to get old.
Just like us, as you frequently say.
True.
Although I disagree. Aiden likes likes thinking of herself as old, chat. It's really weird.
Yeah, it's based.
Yiz says this guy looks like a 90 IQ yes man with shitty genes, as do most of our politicians. Yiz, that's cruel. I have at least 95 IQ. Thank you very much. And I'm not even wearing jeans.
Speaking of dysgenic, I sent it to you, but did you see the Daniel Finkelstein stuff? His 24-hour flip-flop. Okay.
Nachos has asked a rather inappropriate question, but then says, we are old. Nachos, you are older than both of us. I don't even consider you old yet, Nachos. Yes, Ooze, you're a daddy, that's true. Keep in mind, Australia contains 4 types of people, none of them wanted by anyone else. The descendants of prisoners, the descendants of the jailers, filthy foreigners somehow making it worse, gasoline huffing savages in the outback. It is true, but even descendants of British prisoners are still a better crop than almost anyone else in the world. Nachos is claiming that she is old. Nachos, I respectfully disagree. Right. What is this thing that you have linked to me?
Did you not see this? So this is the guy, Daniel Finkelstein, who they brought on to be the crying Jew about the interaction between Piers Morgan and Nick Fuentes. And this is just, like, you just read it, and there's, the screenshots of it, obviously.
Are we jumping to a different story?
No, this relates to the what happened in Australia.
Fair enough. We'll go through this then. All right, this Twitter user says, this, I'm afraid, is why people are increasingly looking at Jews as a separate community to the English. Yesterday, Danny the Fink mocked Rupert Lowe for saying London is dangerous. He said it is one of the safest places in the world. Then when Jews are attacked on the other side of the planet, suddenly 24 hours later, Danny doesn't feel safe in London anymore. When it was the English under threat, Danny didn't give a shit, but now it's the Jews, suddenly he's at DEFCON 1. Clearly he doesn't view the native white English as his people, so why should we view him as one of us?
This was the guy who was just on, they dragged on to cry about, the Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson thing. It's the same dude.
So Lowe says, Patriots don't want their capital city to further become a desolate shithole. Okay. Finkelstein says, this is utter nonsense, live in the city just like he does, total twaddle. Lowe says, whatever you say, mate. Finkelstein says, my perspective is just as valid as yours, so whatever you say, mate. That's a pretty low testosterone response there. Rupert Lowe wasn't actually saying that your opinion was invalid, although arguably it is.
True.
Just that it was wrong. He was implying it was wrong. And then this Elizabeth person says, if this perspective is as valid as yours, then why dismiss it as total twaddle? As a woman who lives in the outskirts of London, my perspective is it's not safe and it's getting worse. Then Daniel says it's one of the safest places in the world. There's probably ways that you could, later. Probably ways that you could measure it by which that's true, but not. You'd have to exclude a lot of things, I think, arbitrarily. And then, 24 hours later, he says, when my grandfather was having an argument with a Zionist in the 1930s, Israel hadn't been created yet. They still managed to have a Holocaust at that point. He no longer feels safe in London after the Bondi Beach attack. He's just Schrodinger's whatever he needs to be. It is superposition of victim
many
and
such cases.
There's no problem. Maybe the one thing I could give is that maybe he could clarify that what he's saying applies consistently such that the two situations are different. That's the one defense I could give. Because sometimes that does happen. I've had that happen. I've seen that happen myself, where people state something which seems contradictory, but they explain it and it actually is consistent. There's just some conditions in there that make sense, at least internally consistently, but do make the difference. I've even been accused of it myself, but it does sometimes happen. In this case, however, I'm not really prone to give him that level of trust off the bat, and I do expect it's more likely that he is just saying what he needs to say in the moment. And also that there's some in-group preference there, most likely, with him being Jewish. So it's...
what gave that away?
The name. Not all Jews act like this, but it's quite noticeable, isn't it? Especially given how small a proportion of the population they are. And how similar, when we think about in-group preference in different racial groups, in many cases it's much more obvious visually. With Jews, the difference is less between Jews and whites. So it's perhaps more notable to observe it when it happens. Because they can essentially pose as white, and I've seen it happen as well. So, don't have much more to add beyond what's obvious here. I
just thought it was funny.
Yeah. The question of, is he one of us? I'm willing to, okay, if we're judging by, you can judge on collectivist standards or individualist standards separately. Collectivist would be what groups he in, individualist would be what actions is he taken individually. And I would I'd always recommend individualist when you can, collectivist when you have to. It's not a wrong way of measuring, but it's a low resolution way. It's not as reliable, not as precise. But it's, or reliable is the wrong word, but it is safer. It's a fair default if you have no other choice. If you have to make a judgment about someone and all you have is their group, it's better than nothing. But go by individual actions if you can. In this case, neither saves him. If you want to judge by the way Jews stereotypically usually seem to act, there's some correlations here. And then his individual actions confirm those correlations. So I think we can, whatever side of that coin you're on, whether you prefer the collectivist or the individualist lens, I think we can mostly agree.
I just found it funny.
Yeah.
Ironic.
Indeed. Let's go back to this, because the Not the Bee has done quite a good summary. 2 Islamic migrants, a father and son, no less, which I think that might be the first time we've seen that happen, killed at least 15 people on Sunday at a Jewish beach party celebrating the start of Hanukkah. Now, on one hand, this is kind of like not my fight. On the other hand, it's happening in Anglosphere countries. So if you want to do this in a desert shithole, I'm going to care a lot less. So go and do it over there if you must do it. But I'd still rather you didn't. Bondi Beach terrorists were father and son who legally owned 6 guns despite tough firearm laws. Now, I don't know how that happens.
Yeah, in Australia, I don't know either.
I could understand criminals getting access to guns because that's always going to happen one way or another. You're always going to have a small portion, even in a country that's got strong gun laws that are well enforced, you're always going to have a small portion that do get them. Australia is an island, much like the UK. Australia has strict gun laws, much like the UK. Say what you want about that. But it should be possible to...
It's a pretty big island.
True.
To be fair.
That is true. And with lots of coastline, it would have to guard, I suppose. But say what you want about whether that's a good idea or not. They both have strict gun laws. It should be possible in both cases to regulate so that the only people that have them are a very small portion who are afraid to use them because it will immediately draw legal attention. And that at least has been the case in the UK. I'm not sure how strongly that is the case. It may have degraded over time, but it has been. For better or for worse, right? Let's skip the gun advocacy argument. For now, we'll get to it later, I'm sure. But legally, that's the part I'm not getting here. And maybe there is a racial component there. Maybe it was considered racist not to give them guns.
Yeah, I don't know. I've not looked into it.
Classy Cato says they always have the victim mentality even when in total control. There's a tendency to that, isn't there? HFNH says Australia has funny accents much like the UK. No, it is you with the funny accent. Actually, I don't know HFNH. I think you're American, right? Or are you? I can't remember. I could just offend you and say you're Canadian, because even if you are Canadian, that'll be offensive.
True. I do know what has, well, I don't know the exact laws and how they were able to own them legally. Of course, what has come out of this immediately, I don't know if you have it or not, is talk of, oh, we need more stricter firearm laws in Australia. That's
what they've got
the
to,
problem.
Yeah. Now, would that have solved this problem? Maybe. Would it cause more problems overall? Also, maybe, and to be honest, more likely. The question of whether it's right to allow all citizens to own guns versus not doing so, and even to think of it as allowing, with the way the US conceives of its rights, is a big debate. And we've had it many times on this show. And I don't mean to get too deep into it today. I expect we will talk about it. But it is my belief that a country can be run stably with either everyone can have guns or no one can have guns. And there's pros and cons to both. Maybe everyone can have guns is better overall. There are definitely ways in which it's better. But either way, I don't think is wrong. And you can run it with both. And as we've seen in real life, tyranny can happen either way. You still need people to be willing to rise up and do something about it in order for the guns to be effective. And in the US, even when the election was blatantly rigged, they didn't. Now, they still have to be careful because they can't get away with as much. Or do they? Because ultimately, if the people want someone out of power, they'll get out of power. The state does not have enough guns to prevent an uprising. It's easier to do that in the US, but as we've seen, the threshold for it is still pretty high. You can still fit a lot of tyranny within that threshold without anything happening. So I'm not saying that the American argument is wrong and the American solution might be the best one, but I just don't think it's the only valid one. There's a lot of nuance to it. And Australia has chosen the none policy, but they have failed because this happened. And this guy, as far as I've read, was a known, or at least suspected, ISIS associate. And that seems to be rather confirmed. Hopefully there is some video. There is video of the event. So, as they say, warning graphic violence. Don't let kids watch this part. Close-up video of him taking pot shots, from which I got the thumbnail for today's stream. Here it is.
Get down.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can you play this?
What do you mean?
On YouTube?
I am.
Okay.
Hello, people on YouTube. This is why I get censored sometimes, because I will display what I believe is true and useful, regardless what the censors say. It's why I lost my channel. They told me I wasn't allowed to say that the 2020 election was rigged against Trump. The 2020 election was rigged against Trump. There's plenty of evidence of it. There's mountains of evidence of it. I've analyzed it on this channel. They also told me I wasn't allowed to say anything about COVID, or even display someone else saying something about COVID that I then disagreed with if it defied the prevailing narrative. And I did say so. Repeatedly, and so my account got banned. That's how I do things. So yeah, the guy filming is quite right in saying get the fuck down. Why were those people in the background just sort of strolling around? And I think the reason is complete disbelief, maybe even shock. How often
it's possible.
In a country where supposedly there's no guns, of course there are some, but there's almost none. How often do you see someone just standing out in the middle of the, an open area with a gun pointing at people and just shooting? Even if they had a thought process going at all as to what was happening, they may have just assumed he was shooting at something that he was supposed to be shooting at. Maybe it's part of an event or something. Oh, that's interesting. Why has he got that gun? Why is shooting a little close? I'm sure he's doing something. Sure, it's part of the norm. Because we'll always assume that whatever's happening is normal initially. But then every single movie I've ever seen, everyone, as soon as a gunshot, screams, crouches down, and then cowers. Every single person, every single time, except the action hero, of course. So I don't know. Maybe I guess that isn't true. Some people would freeze.
Yeah, I think so. Just different kinds of response to freeze is a response to fear. So or just disbelief, as you said, shock.
Yeah. Michael is correct. Shooting as part of construction work, long range riveting. Yeah, there's sounds that are like this that happen sometimes, mostly, as you say, in construction sites. But they can see him shooting. I mean, he's even shooting relatively close to where they're standing. They didn't get hit, luckily, or not on this video. Deer in the headlights.
True.
Yeah,
also, they are Australians. They're all drunk.
Mean. Kato says, do you think the guy who disarmed one of them will get charged with something dumb for getting in the way? Good question. I actually haven't looked deeply enough into this yet to find out what happened there. But we'll see. I would say probably not. I mean, he's going to be an Australian hero. But if he said, damn towelhead, then yeah, he'll go to prison. Even though he was stopping murders.
Well, even if he didn't say so, if he had something that could said something that could possibly be construed that way at any point on his social media or whatever, you know.
That's really what they're doing now. Rather than prioritizing investigating how this guy got a gun and all that stuff. Yeah, they've got the B team on that, 3 or 4 guys. However, the A team, 100 of their top agents are looking for some way to denounce the guy that stopped this. He looks like he's struggling with the gun. It's a chat. Help me. It's because guns is not my main area, but I know a bit about them. I think it was bolt action. They said, and I'm using the term correctly here. Either it's loaded with a clip, which I think is a bit outdated, or it's loaded with individual bullets, or it's loaded with a magazine. Most likely these days, I'd guess the third of those.
If it's bolt action, no, it's not a magazine.
Straight pull action, isn't it? I thought you could do that with a magazine. Born says magazine. Straight to pull action, says Dang. I'm not sure what that means as opposed to bolt action.
Bolts can use mags?
I think so.
Oh, what do I
don't
know?
see why not.
Modern bolt actions can't use magazines.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I'm dumb.
I know. Don't worry, Aiden. I still value your presence.
Fireworks.
Brave to film this. It's a shame you got that shit on the screen that's in the way of some of the action. I mean, not... action's the wrong word.
Horror?
I don't see a mag. It's horrible to say, but it looks like he kind of knows what he's doing. He at least had some practice with the gun. Maybe even military experience. Is it Stooge? Okay. Bondi? Oh, I have heard that actually, yeah. It was belt-fed pump-action sniper rifle. Belt-fed, are you sure? Yeah, I think you might be joking. I don't believe that's common.
Who gave it away?
Oh, as if you would know. Little Miss bolt actions can't have magazines.
Belt-fed pump action?
Yeah, why not? Why not? I bet you could do that. No one has, but I bet you could do that. Straight pull means that the bolt doesn't have to be pivoted up. Oh, okay. Well, that's a minor difference, but thank you. Kato, you claim to be a biofem. However, I don't believe you. You know too much about guns. Bourne says, with these guns, the magazine will be flush with the outside plastic furniture. Okay, fair enough. Probably quite a small mag then, right? Or just, I don't know. Years says, come on, usually my mother knows that. But she is your mother, Years. Really grape shot. Bolt actions with mags are usually 5 to 10 rounds and don't stick out much, more like a bulge rather than a stick. Oh, whoa. Is that the second time we've had a shooting event which has included bulgy-wolgy in some way?
Well, second time in recent memory.
Sure is. There's the father. I assume he's loading more bullets.
Hey, stay there.
Oh, I think the man filming here said, "Hey, stay down," as if this was a civilian. But from what I've read, this is the father who I assume was helping prepare the equipment for more shooting. Kato has linked a picture of the gun. Kieran says, God fucking damn you, Uslu. What? What'd I do? One little mention of bulgy wolgy and suddenly I've done something wrong. Is that all this was? Unbelievable. Thank you, Kato. I believe this was the gun being used.
One mention is one too many.
Well, then why did you mention it?
What? I didn't. You did. You started this.
Slosher says, you can see him operating the bolt in that video. It might be a short mag. Australia may have similar laws to Canada. We have 5-round limits for mags. I'm not sure if I had more than 5 shots in a row. I feel like I did. Let's listen in then and find out. So from about here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, just 5. It may well have been 5 mag then.
Seems so.
Yeah, Cabal's bulge indeed. Thank you, Wolf. I saw a report saying the father was telling Aussies to get down because the attack was very specifically targeting Jews celebrating Hanukkah at the beach. Interesting. The Cabalge indeed. Yeah, I certainly could not endorse that. It means, of course, that the left-wing globalists have to remind us that anti-Semitism and the rise of global right-wing extremist groups are the problem. Now listen, you can't just say that because they don't like Jews, they're right-wing groups. There are more leftists that don't like Jews, I suspect, than right-wingers that don't like Jews, and there are certainly more Muslims than both combined who don't like Jews. comment section has some thoughts. Australia has some of this.
Yeah.
Is that in line with your research? Yeah.
From what I just looked up most recently, yeah, it would be.
This one says, Australia has some of the strictest gun laws in the world. They still suffered an Islamist terror attack. You cannot defeat an ideology you are too afraid to name. That's a factor, definitely. Since self-preservation is considered right-wing extremism, he's probably about to be correct. Yeah. This is the reason why right-wing terror statistics are so high, because they lump the Muslims in with everyone else. Aiden has found that that's not necessarily true. Although, of course...
No, it is. I mean, if they do that, that would destroy the statistics.
And sometimes that does happen as well. I've seen it happen sometimes.
And when they do, it makes it look insane. However, even when you separate out Muslim Islamist violence, when the right wing carries out a terrorist attack, it's far more likely to result in death or injury. And that also Muslim terror is also more likely to result in death or injury than is a left wing attack. Basically, the left are incompetent. Both right-wing and Muslim terror also look similar in that way, in that they're more efficacious at carrying it out. But Muslims are by far most likely to kill and injure.
So it's worth pointing out, though, and this was mentioned in Cabal, we discussed it, that the data that you're using for your study is from a massive data set, which... you reviewed large parts of, but they did do the categorization of who was responsible for each terrorist attack themselves, and there could be some bias there.
There could be, however, I double-checked. Anything that I wasn't already aware of it, or the group responsible, I went and double-checked it. But yeah, it was the person's individualized radicalization in the United States, or PIRIS database, and the Global Terrorism database. I looked at it for both the US and UK, and the findings were consistent across both.
Which either means that it's true or there's a consistent bias.
Yeah.
Yes says, also, right-wing terror is often CIA and Mossad ops, so they are trained and competent. I'm not sure how often it's that, but it might be. The thing is that even though that's what the stats show, I don't remember hearing of very many such attacks. Either if they happened, they would surely be very newsworthy. I remember the Gretchen Whitmer thing, but that was all feds except a couple of people who were the least involved, and it didn't happen in the end anyway. But it was planned to. That's how desperate they are to make such incidents happen. So why don't we hear about them in the news more often?
I mean, it might just be media bias. Again, going through it, there's more left-wing incidents, but they're less severe. So you do hear about the left-wing stuff more often because there's more of it. What they do is a shit ton of property crime, right? They cause a huge amount of property damage, but they cause fewer deaths and injuries. The right-wing events, you look at something like, what was it? Christchurch, for example, right? Speaking of Australia, they tend to be very visceral. They tend to cost a lot of life, right? Those kinds of attacks that are ascribed to broadly right-wing groups or individuals just tend to be more likely to result in death and injury. There's more left-wing attacks, and they're more likely to be property crime.
So this guy says...
New Zealand, not Australia, yeah. Same.
This guy says the left literally mass imports these people, then they blame the right when the migrants commit crimes. It's maddening. Whilst it is... be careful letting them madden you. Not in that way, obviously. Get angry, but take action with it. Don't get distraught, because that is a side effect that I'm sure those behind this would want. Ultimately, in all things, try and do the thing that will produce the best outcome overall. Don't always do the thing which is just emotionally gratifying, although, of course, it's a natural pull and a natural thing to want to do. But sometimes it's the wrong answer. And our opponent is smart enough to do the thing most of the time, which is most effective. And that's how you win. Sometimes the most effective thing is the truthful, honest, and honorable thing, especially if you're being observed doing it. And that's why the right has had some success, but not enough. And the left's approach is not a long-term one. It's short-term, essentially cheating to get gains and then to try to keep them with an iron grip. The only reason it's working is because of long-term infiltration and now the shift to a global economy, which they control. Otherwise, I don't think it would be lasting this long even. But do what's most effective. If your instinct is to do something that's more violent than would be effective, then consider not doing the violent thing. Consider not going too far, because you'll lose more than you gain. You give the enemy too much ammunition from doing that. But yeah, if it's the best thing to do overall, then consider it. Do not crime. Christchurch was done by an Aussie, so if it was in Union, it still counts as something. Okay. Misinformation about Somalian immigrants is severely harmful. To combat this, we propose to list the important contributions Somalians have made in America. Blank page. Yeah, pretty much. They have pushed the envelope on the acceptance of brother marriage by a tiny amount. That's about it. The jihadi father-son duo was able to spend 20 long minutes shooting at beachgoers armed with a bolt-action rifle and a shotgun. No one intervened, not even police, who could be seen hiding instead of engaging the shooters. We do have a bit of information on that. Eyewitness said 4 officers did nothing. Bondi Beach terror attack survivor says police officers did nothing for 20 minutes while the terrorists opened fire, say they didn't fire back. They shoot, change the magazines and just shoot. 20 minutes, there were 4 policemen. Let's listen to the eyewitness.
Tell me what happened.
Yes, it was 2 shooters, one on the bridge, one under the bridge. Just started to shoot for 20 minutes. They shoot, change magazine and just shoot. Simple as that. 20 minutes, was 4 policemen there. Nobody gave fire back. Nothing, like they are froze. Like for, it looked like 20 minutes. Like, and they shoot. The guy changed magazine. I look at him all the time. I was 2 of my babies under me, and I look at that, and it's just rifle and a pistol, and just shoot. And the other one was under. They start to come close to the audience. I think one of the people took his rifle and shoot him. That's one of them. That's what I saw. I didn't know how much I saw, but
Who were they targeting?
oh, all the crowd, anyone, Jewish, just shoot. Doesn't matter who. Men, all kids, everyone was no.
Did they say anything?
I couldn't hear. Like the shooting was so loud, we couldn't hear if they say. I was too far. Like he was on the bridge, I was near the tent. So, but I saw. I look at him. I look what he shot. I look at his rifle. He aimed. He did. He really like take his time. He should take his time. And 4 policemen there didn't give fire back. I don't understand why.
Yeah, I think Toast has it. He's Jewish, but he's right. There's some stereotypes we've got used to accepting, and maybe some are true here, but what he's saying is broadly correct. I mean, that's from what I've seen anyway. We'll have a look at. I believe there's more in this article about it. Why is Uslu on the screen twice? Says Emperor of Wens. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm not quite this Jewish. Aiden, would you say that this is slightly more Jewish than I actually am?
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Okay, thank you.
Barely detectable.
Barely detectable. It makes sense. I do need a shave. Perhaps that's the problem. Yeah, the question of how many of the Jews there were in favor of mass immigration, how many still are, don't view it as a problem of immigration. Maybe don't even view it as a problem of Islam. Maybe just view it as a problem of guns. I don't know. But maybe none of them were. I mean, Jews, though they are more monolithic seemingly than most demographic groups, they are not a pure monolith. There are those that disagree. Prove you're not Jewish by giving us money. And you can contribute via tip.oozloo.net. Here is the link. Or fund.oozloo.net to become a long-term supporter of the community and of the streams. Thank you in advance if you choose to do so. Goyim. I mean,
barely discernible. Yeah. Barely discernible.
And here is the female officer seen cowering behind a car. I don't know if she was armed. If she wasn't, then I can't blame her as much for not trying to intervene. A courageous person still would, but they'd probably be shot, especially with 2 assailants. But then they probably should be armed. I mean, the whole problem is, if you have a no guns policy, then what do your police do? Because if someone gets a gun, no one can stop them. except the police.
Well, again, I didn't know that apparently you can legally own guns in Australia, so it would make absolutely no sense for the police to be unarmed, particularly if they're responding. I mean, maybe I'm guessing these cops were already there, but judging from, again, how long it took for a response, it sounds like the cops were called in.
If you,
I mean, there may have been some there already on the scene just because it was an event.
If you have,
you'd still think they'd be armed.
Well, it depends. If you have a policy of no guns, then your police carrying guns all the time is, one, unnecessary in practice. I mean, not here, obviously, but almost every other time. And two, looks oppressive, which arguably it is anyway, but it doesn't look good. And it gives the police too much power, especially in individual situations. So what do you do with that? Well, you probably have specialized teams for if there is a shooting like this, but they're not going to be able to get to every location really quickly. And they might not even get a lot of experience with that. They might encounter a situation like that once or twice in their lives where they need to deal with someone with a gun. I mean, maybe more than that, I don't know, but not often. And so
I don't know. Sounds like cops should have guns to me. You know, sounds like more people should be armed. But
well, we have an example here where they should have
guns.
But there's plenty of other situations that would have gone much worse if they did. Probably you'd get more loss of life overall. In a place with no guns, if all police had guns, I mean, the hypothesis is that the police can be trusted. But of course, they're people, and here we see someone that probably can't be.
Well, you could start by not hiring women.
You could, but there's plenty of men who shouldn't be police officers who become them anyway. Yeah,
and there's research that would back that up, is that people who tend to choose police work tend to be higher in dark triad traits.
A lot of bad patterns in these kinds of places. And if you give them a gun and give no one else around them a gun, that's a bit of a problem. So you may argue the solution is to give everyone a gun. As I've said, I think there are some downsides to that, which are worth considering. And not just the obvious basic ones, Joe. But it's difficult. I think the only way, if you're going to have a policy of no guns, is you have to have a very strong policy on who gets guns, a very strong filter there. Because even if it's no guns, there's still some people that need them for work. If you're a farmer that needs to shoot vermin, for example, and there's probably some other jobs that require them, you can get a gun here. I mean, you can get a gun here recreationally. It's just difficult. At least it's more difficult than in the US. So it can happen, but there's supposed to be good safeguards to make sure it can't happen with someone who's potentially going to do this. And it seems that clearly failed here, in that those safeguards should have triggered for this guy, but didn't, if you'll excuse the unintentional pun. So the only solution for that, if you're going to have no guns, is to have specialized teams of police whose job it is to deal with the situation where there are guns, to go in and do something about it then. But then there's not going to be very many of them because they're not that often needed. And so 20-minute response time is more expected. It's not good, obviously, but it's more to be expected. Now, what that means is that anyone that does happen to get hold of a gun just has complete carte blanche control of the area that gun covers until specialized forces arrive. So that's not good. However, we have seen how, human error is often the main factor there. The Uvalde incident in the US, for example, where they waited, 45 minutes? I can't remember. It was a long time before they went in. And it was a school in that case as well. Yeah, and the police were there armed, ready to go. They didn't go in. Now, that is not an argument against the principle of everyone having guns. It's just to say that in this case, the 20-minute response time is less so a problem of the gun policy of the nation and more so human or organizational error. I think much like where the left would see a shooting and say, it's the guns that are the problem. I think a lot of Americans instinctively look at a shooting like this and say, it's the lack of guns that are the problem. The guns are a factor, but it's usually the humans that are the main reason. Something about them, something that they did, something they didn't do, which was the problem ultimately. But yes, Americans should defend that right. It's a fundamental feature of the nation of the US. It's arguably part of the structure of government and of accountability, and it's guaranteed to you. So yes, retain it. I just don't think a country has to have that to be stable. So it's why I support the Second Amendment for the US, because you're supposed to have it. And the way the country's set up kind of relies on it. But that doesn't mean that I necessarily support the same principle being exported everywhere else. Though I'm sort of in the middle on whether it should be the case. If I were to install a perfect ideal nation, or at least my ideal model, would it have open gun ownership? I honestly don't have a good answer. I don't know. Prevalence was a long-standing tradition of the UK that was destroyed by the post-war consensus. Yes, a lot of things were changed post-war. A lot of them were bad. Not all were necessarily bad, but there were a lot of bad changes. In Uvalde, it would have been longer, but an outside border patrol unit pushed local police out of the way who tried to stop them and took out the shooter against orders from command. Yeah, in that case, it was indeed a human fuck-up. I was saying at the time it was cowardice, and there probably was some cowardice, but organizational fuck-up as well could have been the factor. Uvalde was not human error. It was very deliberate orders from a anti-2A police chief who wanted to maximize the damage for political points. That is human error. I mean, it's not human error as in a mistake, but it's still error that a human created. It's not because they had guns or because they didn't have guns. It's because a human fucked something up, deliberately or accidentally. That's my point. It was human error. It wasn't a mistake, though. It is error in the broader sense, Somnus. Evil and treason as well, sure. But it is error in the broader sense, which is what I mean by human error. Human error does not necessarily mean a mistake. It just means that, like, it wasn't a machine that broke down. It's not even a policy that wasn't right, which is still arguably human, but it's more separated. Either way, if you want me to be specific, human action that caused a problem, which by which I would use the term error. Catus says guns only for the subject/people of the nation itself. Well, perhaps, but he was one of them. And yes, you need ethnic homogeneity as well, but it would happen less with ethnic homogeneity, but it would still happen. So you still need someone with authority to have control. I mean, a nation can't really remain stable without a monopoly on force. Indeed, nitrous guns are the great equalizer, and the fact that women would otherwise be much more often victims of crime, they have no recourse otherwise, is a strong argument for everyone to have guns. But there's still problems with that, with the idea of everyone having guns as well, even with that. Kieran says people need to lynch sheriffs and local politicians who fuck up badly again. I would certainly consider it. I mean, the whole thing with Leo Frank, for example, many years ago, but same principles apply, I think, where he was happened to be Jewish, and he, by the evidence, clearly raped a girl. Tried to blame it on a black guy, a girl under his employ as well, by the way. Raped and killed, and then hid the body. Tried to blame a black guy for it. The evidence very clearly pointed towards him. By the way, and when I say girl, child, so pedophile as well. So all the worst things. They hired the Pinkertons to try to prove him innocent and try to protect him, and they didn't. They either neglected to or refused to, because he was so obviously guilty. I believe even the KKK or groups of a similar nature were like, no, fuck off, it wasn't the black guy, it was you. They defended the black guy because it was so obvious he was guilty. This is the pencil factory guy. The ADL was founded to defend people like him in the future when he was so obviously guilty, and that is the heritage of the ADL. In the end, they managed to, some political force managed to array itself against the judge, who did not find him guilty, or not sufficiently guilty anyway. So he was let go, and then he was immediately apprehended, tortured, and killed by the townspeople. In that case, the whole idea of vigilante justice at its best is fine. If vigilante justice was done well, it would be all you need. Unfortunately, it's rarely done well, and people can take it too far. You need some sort of accountability, and just giving it to the mob means that often it goes very wrong. But where the accountable system supposedly fails, I don't really object to the mob doing something when it's very obvious what the answer is. As long as you've gone through the trial process, I think this is why a jury is a good idea. If you have a jury, you don't need lynchings. Almost always. Obviously, you can still rig a jury, but it helps. But if the legal process fails, and he's still very obviously guilty, I'm not necessarily going to participate, but I won't stand in the way of something like that being done. And yeah, if proper justice has not been enacted, it must be enacted some way. Do not crime, of course, true, as always. But Americans have guns, and they're always telling me that the tree of liberty needs to be watered by the blood of patriots and tyrants. And I don't see it happen very often, even when there's so many tyrants. So there's possibly your argument against guns. Guns being used to defend against tyranny is not as strong as perhaps you expect. I think everyone having guns is good for a traditional invasion. It's very good for that. But what are the chances of that in the modern day? Of any country, regardless whether they have guns or not. Low, if at all. So there's that. And then obviously to protect the more vulnerable from crimes. That's a big one as well. And like lone gunmen, having to be polite. So it's mostly, it's not actually that much about tyranny, I don't think. It's mostly internal, more nuanced stuff. Yes, you are being invaded now, in a sense. You can certainly make that argument. This is why I said a traditional, blatant, overt invasion, because that's one that you can actually pick up your guns unambiguously and fight against. What's happening right now is, that's not an argument against me, that's an argument in favor of what I'm saying. Guns matter. Yeah, well, use them then. If you're being invaded and you have guns, use them. Do not crime. Why wouldn't you be? Well, because it's not an overt invasion, because it's a bit cleverer than that, because all tyranny has to be is a bit cleverer, and the guns do nothing. They have to be used by someone. So why aren't they? The Frank greatest crime is making me side with the American blacks and women, says Kieran. Maybe, yes. Maybe that's true. I mean, many already wish they were, and I understand that.
I mean, I actually totally agree with your take on that, by the way.
Okay,
it's very similar, by the way, to some of AA's takes on gun stuff, though, interestingly enough.
Interesting. You were okay. Apologies for implying you weren't. Yes, I was assuming that you weren't. I've had a lot of pushback on these positions from Americans. A lot of pushback. But I think the response ultimately that is hard to refuse is, then why haven't you done it?
I think it's because people who say things that sound like that are coming from a totally different perspective on it. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, exactly. It is more toothless than many Americans like to think it is, which is why a lot of the blustering about guns does prove itself ultimately to be nothing but bluster. I wish it weren't, but it is. Again, as laid out in behaviors.
Ultimately, Nachos, guns are a small component in a big set of elements. The political, social, economic will always be more important while there is a civilization. Guns are the backstop. If you lose your civilization, you've got guns. But it's debatable what that does exactly. And of course, as I said, for crime, for rare incidents like this, which are far too common, but are still rare, overall, they are useful. But for overall political problems, the methods that don't require guns are always going to be more useful up front. I wouldn't say that they help immensely, Nachos. They help less than you think, but they do help. But there are also downsides. I mean, the US is a fine nation to have guns, but it's also the worst nation to have guns because it's a civilized, allegedly, first world country, wealthy country, full of cities, and also full of people who are from, genetically speaking, low trust backgrounds. The US is a great country to have guns because it's a libertarian experiment. It's also a terrible country to have guns because it's full of black people. I'm sorry, but genetically, that's the background. They don't. The whole idea of everyone being armed is that people will think a bit. People will do things that make sense. People will think long term. And not many races around the world have developed that naturally, strongly enough for it to work. Would you say, for example, any given African country would be made better if everyone in it was armed? If you would, I'm afraid to say that is delusional. No, it wouldn't. Plenty of African countries would be better if a tiny minority of Western people were armed and everyone else wasn't. That would genuinely be the most effective way for that country to run in many cases. So why is it a good idea for every citizen of the US to have guns when so many of them are of a kind of a group of a character? And no, it's not just blacks, by the way, but the correlation there is stronger. Some whites are of this character as well, who cannot be trusted with a gun. Not just in principle, everyone should have, in principle for sure, but in practice, can everyone be trusted with a gun? Is it better in every case for someone to have a gun? No. If the rate is low enough, it's overall good. But there are some places in the US where that is not what the case, where that ratio is not met, where it's significantly worse because everyone has guns. In some places, even if it's not overall, in some places it is that case. Resident Evil 5, yeah, kind of. That's just because freedom, of course, that's the principle. But whenever you have a principle, and it is important, and as I say, I do support the Second Amendment for the US, whenever you have a principle, you still have to consider, okay, but is it actually producing the best outcome? Long-term, short-term, whatever. In the US, overall, probably, but in some specific places, no, I don't think it is. Now, you can't really fix that, because you have to isolate it, and that's more trouble and would cause more problems, probably. But that's still the case. He says, I'm a firearm evolutionist. If everyone was equally armed, the unfit to carry would eventually be killed off. You'd have a very bloody civilization for a few generations, and it might go too far, might go way too far. But that probably would happen. Well, the thing is, the kind of person who is trustworthy with a gun also doesn't like violence. If you want a society where people get too interested in violence, then they won't be trustworthy with guns. It won't be beneficial. Guns are fine for the kind of person who would never want to use it. That's why it works. Unfortunately, a lot of whites aren't even like that. Africans don't have a sense of time nor can predict the consequences of their actions. A lot of them, yeah. There's obviously a lot of variation there, but yeah. Someone says, over enough time, yes, they would be improved with enough guns. There won't be a lot of black people left, but there will be an improvement. Again, too much violence is required for that to happen. Okay, for the police response time thing, there was a police station literally next to where the shooting happened. No excuse for the 20-minute response time. That's true, unless that police station was not one of the ones which contained the necessary equipment to do this. Now, again, this is ridiculous, and I agree, every police station should have guns, even if the police officers don't always. Every station should. You see there in red, that there it is. It's right nearby. Every police station should have guns. But I could see why you'd have a policy where even that is not what you do. Now, the thing...
I can't fathom why.
It would be...
I mean, even if someone just goes mad with a knife or something, the police station itself doesn't have any firearms?
I agree they should. But I guess what I'm trying to say is you don't have to be a mad ideologue in order to think that you should have only a set number of places where they're deployed from. That probably would be a natural assumption if you're going to have a policy of very few firearms. Now, the correct answer is that all police stations should have them. They should be under lock and key, and someone should have the lock and key. But
if it's going to be anywhere, it'd be at a police station, which is right next to the beach. And apparently, Soldner says it's the only one in the entire city. So there's not even like there's a secondary. I mean, I don't know if it's correct or not, but if so, I mean, first of all, every police station should have firearms in it, because what else is the job of the police then?
Yeah.
If someone goes crazy, does it matter if they have a gun or not? Sometimes that's what the point of them being armed at all is.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely should have had them. Here's what probably happened is they did, and they misplaced the key because they haven't had to use them in years.
I mean, maybe. It's just pathetic either way.
Yeah, it is. I mean, if that's there, if it's within that looks like a 5-minute walk, then there's really not much of an excuse. I mean, the police officers who were on the scene could have fucking run back to the station and got the guns and then been there in less than 20 minutes, most likely. Unless, of course, They couldn't get the guns out of the building, or there were no guns in the building. 100 meters from the shooting. Yeah, that's ridiculous then. Okay, 20-minute response time in that case is much harder to justify. The only point I was trying to make with that is, yes, there should be guns in a police station, obviously. That is my position. But I could see how if you're designing a policy for rapid response to gun crime, where you're expecting gun crime to be extremely rare, you may design it from the start point where only a set number of stations have it. Now, that argument kind of works as like I could see how they'd fuck this up. If, one, they have no other incidents where they need a gun, which is fairly unlikely in a city like this. Two, there's multiple police stations in this city, and one of them has it, because I assume it's a relatively major city. Neither of those probably are true, by the way, neither of those factors. And three, the people designing it aren't very smart, which probably is true. They definitely should have had guns, which is why I suspect there was a colossal organizational fuck-up here. Which again brings it back to human error. Bitwist says, I would have guessed that SWAT armory was in a different location. Handgun would be enough. Even just harassing him with a handgun is enough to stop the killings. Someone says they sold the guns to buy gasoline for the Aboriginals to huff. I could believe something dumb like that would be the case, yeah.
Don't be Rama.
It being on the beach should emphasize armed response capability, everything ranging from armed criminals using piers to traffic illegal materials to aiding the military in the event of invasion. Yeah, I could see it, but they're probably retarded. The only one other argument I could see is that, well, what if criminals break in and get the guns? Then they'd have the guns. Well, just lock it up better. It significantly reduces the chances of that. The chances of needing them. It's a police station. The chances of needing them to do something useful is higher than the chances that someone will break in and steal them if you properly lock it down.
Well, yeah, if any place is going to be able to store guns, you'd think it'd be a police station.
Sure would. That is true, yes. That is true. Some would argue that there are benefits to that as well. And I think if immigration is done very sensibly, then you can have a tiny amount of multiculturalism with the concomitant economic benefits, but only a tiny amount, really only no more than 5%. But even they should integrate as well. And frankly, I'm not even talking about multiculturalism, I'm talking about multi-ethnic, multi-racial. And I suspect there's not many that would disagree on at least like 5% if it's for economic benefit, if you filtered properly. But yeah, multiculturalism, no, they should still be integrate. Emperor Wen says, out of all the places to store guns, police station is the last place where they should be. Do you think so? I'm curious to see why you'd say so. Yes, indeed. Solon says, Australian cops do carry handguns. It's getting harder and harder to defend the Australian police here, isn't it? The more we look into this.
Well, I mean, at least what people are saying about it.
Yeah.
I know next to nothing about how all this operates in Australia.
Oh, we'll see the very next thing in the article is there's a police station right next to the heavily trafficked promenade where the shooting took place, yet no help arrived until a Lebanese immigrant risked his life to grab the rifle from one of the attackers. Jesus, that's brave. That is what I was saying.
That was the pro-immigration side of this is like, it was a Muslim who did it, but also it's a Lebanese immigrant who saved them. So there was a built-in, great narrative for both there.
The maybe they were just defending Jews rather than Australians. The police officers failing to do that themselves and the civilian having to do it is a serious indictment upon all of them.
Yeah, it keeps happening though.
Brave. Yeah, I mean there was the narwhal tusk thing in the UK as well. That was a civilian. But I think the chances are that they didn't want to use their own guns because it's bad optics.
Christian. Huh.
Or maybe. Lebanese Christian, interesting. Well, there you go. There's the narrative flips around to whoever wants to use it, I suppose. Someone says, since the absentiaversary is coming up, I must raise the question, for what reason do we still need WOPs? I mean, we already have their recipes, now to let this steep for a couple of weeks. What is Everclear and would you drink it?
Yeah, Everclear is just like pure spirits, essentially.
I think he's added it to something else. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like you're making the vodka
Orange
pasta or
peel,
something. What with
lemon peel or
Everclear? What is it?
Yeah, scroll up in live chat a bit. It's,
Oh, is it lemon peel? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. It looks like is making it with rind.
Okay.
That should be pretty good.
I'm
Be
not a fan of
strong.
lemon, but fair enough. The Absentiaversary, by the way, for anyone who doesn't know, an event occurred a little under a year ago, on the 3rd of January this year, in Cabal, which I shall not go into great detail here, but it was the sundering of the WOP, who made some very grievous accusations and then failed to apologize, which were false accusations, very grievous accusations. It's a point in Cabal history in which many things changed, but we plan to have some sort of commemoration of it. What I'm planning on doing, and this is mostly for those in the community who'd be interested, but many who have come and you might be interested in this too. Cabal has a lot of history, a lot of lore, and we've tried to record a lot of it. We now have a Cabal wiki where a lot of that has been recorded, but there's still loads that hasn't been added to it, especially older stuff. So what I'm going to do, probably in the new year, this will probably be the January streaming trend, is something I did in 2023, which is to do Cabal lore streams, where we'll just run through all the old events and retell some of the stories for people that are around who remember them. I have a lot of the old stuff noted down, the details, and I think the Absentiaversary is a good way to kick that off. We won't cover exclusively the WOP stuff on the Absentiaversary, but that may just be the way that we kick that off, the first event. We could cover it for that, actually. We could make sure that we've got that well covered on the wiki, but it's a part of a wider project. Anyway, that'll be January.
Yeah, that'll be good. Sorry.
That's right. That'll be what we're doing in January. So stick around for that, chat.
Yeah, sounds fun.
Someone says lemon peel and only the peel is steeping in the Everclear. I'm making limoncello.
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 I think. Okay.
No, you're probably right. But yeah, go have a look at the wiki. And there is also a link to the old Cabal lore streams. If you go on my website, oozloo.net, which I'll show you. Yeah. And then if you click on Cabal Community YouTube, there's a playlist on there for Cabal lore videos. I believe, did I also put it on the homepage of the wiki? Yes, I did. Cabal lore streams, a series of streams. So it's linked there, wiki.oozloo.net if you want to watch them. It's many hours of streams from a couple of years ago. We just went over the lore of Cabal. I'll probably re-watch them, note down what needs to be done. But I already made notes during those streams, but note down everything that we need to remember and then start adding it to the wiki. Maybe during those streams, maybe separately from the streams. Yeah, I did enjoy doing those, yes. We'll definitely do those again. So even if you haven't been in Cabal very long, join us for those. You may be interested. Cabal has a lot of lore. Some of it's a lot of fun. And we'll get to documenting it in January, probably starting on the 3rd. Although, I don't know, I may be doing other things in January that may mean I need to move that around a bit, but we may be able to figure that out. Anyway, let's continue with the news story. Okay, more video here. Ahmad Al-Ahmed, great name. I wonder what religion he is. A 43-year-old man and owner of a fruit shop in Sutherland, Australia. Today he disarmed a terrorist targeting a Hanukkah celebration. I guess I was wrong. This is the guy that disarmed him. My goodness.
Well, I don't. Yeah, has he been confirmed to be Christian, or is that apparently a rumor?
Sure.
I don't know.
Having already killed 12 and injured more than 60, Ahmed is a hero and saved many more lives, he says. Well, there's me shown up. Let's have a look. Oh! Jesus, that is so brave. That is so fucking brave.
Yeah.
Oh,
insane.
He must have been. There's some fucking restraint there to not shoot him. Jesus.
Oh, I know.
Give that man a medal. Zeman says he is Christian. Give that fucking man a medal. That is incredible. I'm kind of surprised he managed to get it off him. He didn't seem to have a good position to rip it out of his hands, but I guess he did. Oh, he's out of ammo apparently. Oh, wow. So he probably would have shot him then. There's still gunshots happening. Wonder why. The cops were morons and shot the hero. Oh, that's not good. Oh no, that's even worse. If you ever find yourself in that kind of situation, chat, where you've taken the bad guy's gun, you're in shit because you're going to be mistaken for the bad guy. Second gunman, yeah. There were 2 shooters. The Christian got one of them during the reload window. Was it the father and son?
Yes, the father and son were the ones who were shooting.
Yeah, because there was a report that there were 2 guns, a shotgun and a rifle. It's very impressive. During the reload window, that would make sense, yeah. I guess that's why he didn't shoot him. Yeah, I mean, a parade in his honor would be appropriate. Because that's extremely brave to have done that. And you can see him. He just goes for it. He's barely even thinking about it. That is such incredible bravery. To have a safe position behind the guy. And it's so lucky he got there as well. To have a safe position and just to think,
yeah,
I'll just run him. Yeah. Just charge at him. He could have escaped, but he didn't. He charged at the guy. That's very impressive. Nachos, are you in the 0.1% or are you in the 99.9%? Ahmed is a real-life hero, says Chris Min's MP. So a political figure has called him a hero. So that's a positive. That may mean that he is treated well, but we never know. He says, Ahmed is a real-life hero. Last night, his incredible bravery no doubt saved countless lives when he disarmed the terrorist at enormous personal risk. It was an honor to spend time with him just now and to pass on the thanks of people across New South Wales. Well, let's hope that he's not just saying that because he's called Ahmed. I mean, he is Christian. Nachos thinks she'd make a good cop. We got one doubt instantly. This is the problem, Nachos. Even your misogynistic women, when they say, most women couldn't do this. Not me though. I'm not like the other girls. You probably clipped that, chat. They still have to exclude themselves. They still have to say that they're better than all the other women. Nachos, just like every time that you said most women are emotional and shouldn't be leaders, and then you've just gone straight on ahead and said, except me, I'm great. I have no emotions and I'm a dispassionate, competent leader. Remember when you said that, Nachos? Remember when you said that every time? Remember how many times you've said that, Aiden?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Yeah. Sick says, hey, remember when a white guy stopped a dangerous situation on the subway and got brought up on murder charges? Weird how this Brian guy is getting praised. You could well draw a correlation there, yes. And I think you may be onto something. I think, as I said, that may be why he's being congratulated. It's really shitty that it has to be under those circumstances, because I think what we've got here, chat, there could be other factors, but what we've got here is, quote, one of the good ones, end quote. Given his actions.
It's a perfect narrative to this, yeah.
But I mean, there's very, very few people saying
it's not real.
Zero foreigners.
Well, yeah, so but I mean, it does. There's a great way to spin this, though. You can spin it, against immigration. You can spin it for sensible immigration. There's all kinds of, in fact, more immigration. Because look, there's lots of good people as well. Whatever. There's all kinds of ways this can be spun outside of really no immigration. I mean,
to be honest,
it's not going to happen. But
I think the story works best from my perspective, because what I'm saying is not zero, but few and well filtered. What you see here is here's what could happen with immigration. You got the shooter, and here is what it could be if it was good. The guy that stopped him. The answer is, it's not about immigrants, it's not about guns, it's not about foreigners, it's not even about religion necessarily. It's about filtering for quality people. Part of that is religion, of course, and other things, but it's not all foreigners are bad. Most even foreigners are bad, but some are worth having. Is what I'm advocating for. Strong filtering and a low number overall, and strong integration. Nachos wants to be tased, wants to know what it feels like. That's what is it? What is that thing where the meme of every time a woman, I think it was a woman saying that they have a taser or a cattle prod or something, and every man wants to have it tested on them, see if they can take it. Nachos, you are that man. Pegging proof. Yes, Wolf has been making some interesting edits to the wiki. Nachos thinks she could take it. Nachos, for those who don't know, for those who have seen Black Lagoon, Nachos is basically Revy from Black Lagoon. From what Nachos has told me about her life history, she is basically Revy from Black Lagoon. With about as much civility as well. I think Nachos would agree. And Nachos just now said, lol, no, I shouldn't be a cop for real. I'd kill a motherfucker. Yeah, probably. Then again, you don't need to be a police officer to kill a motherfucker. I think you could do it any time, pretty much. You are that type. So we've got a pretty good selection here of anime characters. We've got 8-Bit, who is the Ghost in the Shell character. I still haven't watched that, by the way. 8-Bit. If I watch that, do you want to watch it with me? Because I haven't seen it. But you like it, so must be good. And then you got Nachos, who's Revy. Which anime character is Aiden? Aiden and I have been watching Steins Gate recently, and Aiden is kind of Makima. And Makima is that it? What was her name? Kurisu.
Oh, Kurisu.
Yeah. Was there a second name? Makima? I don't know why I thought she was called that.
Makise Kurisu.
Makise. Sorry. Yeah, she's kind of her, but also, well, you know what? Maybe some other characters as well. But let's defend Aiden's honor and not say that.
Okay.
Zenman says Aiden is Aqua. I certainly wasn't thinking that. Anyway, Makise Kurisu. Yeah. Yeah, I guess Steins Gate is quite good, actually. I quite liked it. But
we
yeah.
still haven't finished it. My suggestion to watch Steins Gate 0, I think, has been denied, though.
I think it has. I'd like to refer you to one of my favorite quotes from all of media, where Christopher Eccleston, playing Doctor Who, in the Gas Mask Kids episode, at the end, says, "Everyone lives, justice once, everyone lives." What a great quote, and so brilliantly delivered. That's kind of what I want from Steins Gate, to be honest, at this point.
Yeah, best to skip 0 then.
Yeah. So, yeah, let's continue, though. So, chat, put it on the wiki that every woman in Cabal is an anime character. But are there any that we don't have one for? Who is Dai? Is there anyone in anime who is powerful enough for us to relate to Dai? Out of interest. Let's continue. In the face, they say, of growing Islamic violence to fulfill the Quranic commands to fight Christians and Jews, they've cited some passages, but I don't think we need convincing, as well as the central Islamic belief that the whole world must be subjugated to Islam before Judgment Day. Liberal Western leaders are continuing to mass import Muslims. It is true. I think less than before. I don't know, maybe that's not even true. Depends on the country, I think. In a double insult to their countrymen, they then hide the truth of the Islamic worldview when Muslims carry out the violence prescribed by their religious teachings, despite 1,400 years of Islamic violence that still dominates the politics of dozens of countries in 2025. True. Yes. This meme is not brilliantly well conceived, because it's supposed to be the same person on the right on both sides, but the point is true anyway. Yiz says Dai is Vegeta. I have not seen Dragon Ball Z. Busak says potatoes aren't people. Busak, you have a personality of 3 memes in a trench coat. If anyone in this community is not a person, you might want to be careful throwing that one around. But yeah. Am I wrong, he says. As an Englishman, I am obligated to say that the Irish are closer to fauna than civilians, but there's still some debate there.
It says Vegeta for Dai, but
I just read that.
Yeah. Did you read that? Oh, fucking
I haven't seen Dragon Ball Z.
I was reading it and then didn't hear you say it. Fucking dude, I don't know. I just got done premiering my video, so I'm a little brain dead. Excuse me.
All right. Revelin says it should be the fiery but mostly peaceful image for the meme, whereas the urinalist says that Islam is a religion of peace, with Islam getting shit on fire in the background. Maybe, yeah. Well, Busak, I can't say would be more milquetoast than what I said. At least have to make it funny. But the question is, which one has more humanity? The average Irish person, or 6 memes in a trench coat known as Busak? 1 or 2, chat. Which one is closer to being a person? Beyond parody, they say. Neither. All right. Treebeard says, I'm kind of a person. If I'm supposed to call you Treebeard, why is it spelled like that? Admittedly, it's not necessarily easy to spell it. French cheese, brie. Yeah, but that's a specific adjustment one has to make because they know how it's supposed to be pronounced. In your case with your name, I know how you want it pronounced, so I don't mind going with it. But it's still an adjustment. It's still like, you got to expect people to call you Treebeard at first. I'm sure they do. How even would you spell it so it's different from just tree, but still pronounced the same way reliably? The only other way is TREA, which looks more like you've misspelled tree. That's the joke. Okay, fair enough. Breetard. Treebeard. Yeah. Aiden, do you know who that character is in that image that someone has just posted? I don't think you're familiar with that show, are you?
Oh no. Oh, Mr. Broccoli?
Yeah, that's the one. Kieran says, look, man, when a fucking Scotsman thinks both options are less human than themselves, you know you're at the bottom of the barrel. Do I? I'm not sure what I should infer from that. Busek says clearly he's white, and then he's shown a picture of a black man's hand. Sure, the hand looks white, but I know it's Busek's hand, and therefore it's a black man's hand. Wait, I can tell. No, this is not the hand of a white man, because look, that's a fighting game control stick or control pad. That's a black man. Chat, press 1 if that's conclusive evidence that that's a black man. Yeah, that's a lot of ones. Sorry, Busak, I believe you've been diagnosed.
Jury's in.
Yeah. Someone says, why is there a picture of a black albino there? We never considered that possibility, did we? Busak looks white on camera, but he acts and sounds black. Therefore, have we considered that he is just an albino black man? Kieran says, props to him for wearing protection socks to keep feral jacks away. Oh, yeah. Got to be careful with those. Anyway, there you go. That's a black hound artificially whitened by AI, says Emperor of Wends. Be nice to Scots, you might get critical drinker upset. I do still watch his videos sometimes. I didn't know he had a gaming channel as well, like a game review channel. Watched a bit of that today. So yeah, chat, if you want more stunning high quality content like this, if you're on YouTube and you've just join the Discord server. Loads of shit happens here. If you're wondering, 24 viewers on YouTube, that's a number. Well, there's 28 in Discord. Hop in. Most of the activity happens there. And we got lots of stuff that happens. Also, of course, like I must mention this especially for everyone who's listening, Lord of the Rings event. I would like you all to attend if you possibly can, even just for some of it. On this weekend, here is the thing. This weekend, Saturday, at 9 p.m. GMT, which is US Eastern, I think that's 4 p.m. It's on Saturday, so hopefully you guys can all make it. We're doing our traditional Cabal Lord of the Rings watch. And we will do 2 movies on the first night and 1 movie on the... Yes, extended, shut the fuck up, stop asking. We'll do 2 movies on the first night and 1 movie on the second night, most likely. We may split in the middle of 2 towers. It's a bit awkward to get it on 2 days. And if you're thinking, why are you being a coward and not watching them back to back, all 3 of them? I've done that before. It's good. I've got no problem with that. But I have to be realistic. Not everyone has the time to do that, even on a weekend, even in December. So we'll split them between 2 days. If you can only turn up for some of it, understandable. But try to be there for as much as you can. It's set on a day that shouldn't be too close to Christmas, so most people will have the time free if they're doing things with their family on Christmas, but not too far away that we don't get in the Christmas spirit while we're doing it. And of course, if you join Cabal, you've got to make sure to put a hat on. I will, in a moment, be the hat invigilator and make sure everyone in the audience currently has their hat on. Thank you, Aiden, for donning yours. Curious as we're watching the director's cut different from theatrical and extended. Is it really? Does it have Is it even more content than the extended? Genuinely, if there is an even more extended version available, then maybe I'll go get it. I don't believe they mentioned it in the. It's less than extended. Okay, well, the extended is the right one then. Pug says hat, or you will be given bunny ears. Being a tard forever. Wolf has found the true color version of this image. All right, so here's the false color version, and here's the true color version. There you go. There's Busak's hand. False color, true color. There you go, Busak. You have been detected and called out. You will never recover from this. You even got his leg. Aiden, do you think this is conclusive?
I mean,
this actually looks more real than
yeah.
This one. I think this has added some resolution. Okay, so yes, mark yourself as interested on that event, and you will get a notification when it starts. Even if you're not going to attend, mark yourself as interested, and then at least you have the choice to attend. Just click interested. Otherwise, be there on Saturday, and we will watch through it. I'll put the stream on, but we can have multiple streams, or we can do whatever needs to be done to get the highest quality stream for everyone. I also have an old Windows laptop. Linux is not brilliantly reliable for screen sharing, so I might just use the Windows laptop to broadcast it just to get the highest quality. Don't forget an event to watch Lord of the Rings Appendices. Yes, I want to do that as well. What we used to do briefly for a couple of years is to have Lord of the Rings, and then about 6 months later, we'd have the appendices, and then 6 months later, we'd have Lord of the Rings again, which I think was just a bit much, and the two events weren't that close to each other. I think what I want to do is have the movies in December and then the appendices perhaps in either January or February. But we'll try and set something up for that, because the appendices, frankly, watching it's the making of documentary, it's much longer, but it's almost as good as the movies themselves. It's a really nice story. An event to watch Rings of Power. Chat, press 1 if we should watch Rings of Power instead of the movies. Or press 2 to execute Pug for his crimes. Hopefully you'll join us. I think, Aiden, did you say that you won't be able to? Or that you will? Yet?
Wait, for what date? No, I said, yeah, I should be able to.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah. My mistake. I must have been thinking of someone else. I'm glad that you'll be able to. Because I don't think you've seen them, have you? You've never watched them?
Oh, no, never.
We got to introduce you to Star Trek as well, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Orville season 3. Which you actually haven't seen. Yeah. And what was the other thing that you hadn't seen that I thought was strange that you hadn't? Well, Star Trek Beyond. Not Beyond, sorry, that's the movie that you have seen. Star Trek Continues, and the few episodes of Strange New Worlds, which are actually very good, which we should watch. Yes. 8-Bit has made a tradition of making these little graphics whenever we've been watching Lord of the Rings. This is an excerpt from one that she made a few years ago. I can't remember which one. I think this was the first event we did. They had been in 2022 or 3, where while we were watching the Lord of the Rings movies in Cabal, Sargon and Dev were watching Rings of Power. That's not great. That must have sucked.
Well, yeah.
And Dev apparently was asking to be made mod just so that he could remove Cabal Prevails from the chat. I believe it as well. I believe it.
I'm sure he was.
Kieran says, watch Defiance, you giga bitch. I've never heard of it. I've actually never heard of it. But I mean, if you want me to watch it, Kieran, put it on. I'll probably join, especially if you give me a little bit of notice. Someone says, misspeaking of Orwell. Yeah, my mistake. Have you seen what Andy Serkis just fucking did to Animal Farm? I'm aware of it. I've seen the Critical Drinker review, or review of the trailer, I guess. Not happy that he's done that, but hopefully it'll just be ignored. Andy Serkis is a very talented voice actor and Gollum impersonator, and body actor, as we'll find in the appendices. But these 25 years have not been kind to his political inclinations. And he's made a pretty shitty adaptation of Animal Farm. For those that missed it, it's supposedly an adaptation of Animal Farm, which is about socialist tyranny, Orwell desperately trying to make libertarian socialism work, lamenting that it always turned authoritarian, or that it had a few times, tried to expose the patterns, the social and psychological patterns that occurred in a simple allegory. Circus is turning it into what appears to be a allegory against capitalism, if anything, but more just a sort of chintzy kids movie. Or I say kids, but of course, propaganda is for kids as well, isn't it, these days? Trailer so you don't waste time if the setting doesn't appeal. Okay. I don't mind giving it a try. Treebit is recommending Yes, Prime Minister. Have you watched it? I have. You have, good.
Yes. I've used a lot of clips of it in videos because it is so pertinent.
Very much so. I watched it a couple of years ago for the first time. It's weird that I hadn't seen it before. But then I've only really
but I had more of an excuse.
I suppose so. I've only really been interested in politics for the last 8 to 10 years. So I didn't see it when I was young. But yeah, it's very good. Very good and very intelligently written. One of the most intelligently written comedies I've ever seen. With the possible exception of, you know the one. You know the one, Aiden.
What?
You know the one. Possibly the most intelligently written comedy series ever. Maybe just above Yes, Minister and Yes, Prime Minister. You know the one.
If you say, I assume the joke is Rick and Morty.
What do you mean joke?
Right. Yes, the joke. Haha. I haven't heard that one before.
Well, not for me. Actually, you may have heard it.
You have to have a very high IQ to understand Rick and Morty, after all.
Not true, but it is still good. It's still my favorite cartoon comedy, I think. I mean, Archer, actually, to be fair, Archer might be a bit better. Yes, I never saw Home Alone. That's true, Pug. Like, if you guys want to put on Christmas movies, I'll join and give them a go. I might put on some as well, but I don't know of any Christmas movies I like. That's the problem. Except, of course, Die Hard. Obviously, worth noting, the Lord of the Rings event on the 20th, but on the 25th, there will be Die Hard. I will be putting on Die Hard for the community.
I suggested in my video that I just put out in my ad read, because it's VPN stuff. I did suggest, although you cannot get this movie, it's on YouTube, but I did suggest Survive Style 5, which is much like Die Hard, a Christmas movie, and that is not Christmassy exactly. But I love Survive Style 5.
We'll be doing Die Hard and one other movie on Christmas Day, a movie that Yiz has recommended. Is it The Last Kiss Goodnight or The Long Kiss Goodnight? I always forget which one it is, but we'll be doing those two. We've watched that the last couple of times in Cabal as well, the last couple of Christmases. It's good. It's also a Christmas movie, like Die Hard. But other than that, we'll do more stuff, but I'm open to whatever it is. So if Aiden wants to propose a Christmas movie, and we could have some other propositions as well, we can pick a good one.
Yeah, I downloaded Survive Style 5, if anyone's interested. Obscure Japanese film.
Even if we don't want to watch it specifically on Christmas Day, we could do it on Boxing Day, we could do it on Christmas Eve even.
Oh, yeah.
So we can watch either way. Zen-Masters Die Hard and Die Hard 2. Is 2 the one with the plane? 2 was fine. I think it is also a Christmas movie, isn't it? So yeah, we could do that. We could continue that. We could put that on the list of next shows afterwards. And that just honestly, what I have found is that Rick and Morty is great up until the most recent series where they've got rid of the voice actor that did almost all the voices, including Rick and Morty, Justin Warden, I think. And it's not as good, but it's not terrible. That's my take on it, though. Father Ted's all right. It doesn't quite click with me like Blackadder does. Blackadder, the greatest, in my view, of the 20th century British comedies, at least for comic value and teaching how to be. Yes, Minister is the most intelligent. What about the second best Christmas movie, The Thing? I've never seen it. I've never seen The Thing. Aiden has told us that this movie that she's recommending is about a character who is permanently hypnotized into believing he is a bird and tries to learn how to fly.
I didn't think about it, but it is like one of my favorite Christmas movies. Also, Vinnie Jones is in it. It's such a Christmas movie, I swear. It doesn't say it is, but it is.
Chat, Aiden either still hasn't noticed or just doesn't contend the extra bits I added to her name?
Well, whatever.
Do you know why
what's
the
going to
bike is
happen
there?
if I... Yeah, because of cycling. I get it. Oh,
Hold on.
someone's being cycled out. Someone's being cycled in. I get it.
Aiden, have you ever been cycling? Because it sounds like you'd be good at it.
No, I'm leg retarded. I mean, I used to in the past, sure.
Oh. All right. Yeah. Well, so Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone. That's what we're doing. Now, time for another Kabbalah Christmas tradition. The Christmas hat cheer festivity invigilation equals cheer. It is mandatory. And let's begin investigating. Core, I don't believe you have a Christmas hat in your profile picture. Go and get one. Well done, D, for getting one. Dang, well done. Toast, I know you've literally never changed your profile picture from the default, but you are still hereby being shamed for not having a Christmas hat in your profile picture. Go and get one. Just open Paint and Photoshop one onto the default profile picture. See what else. Lego Supra, I think that is one. It's quite well hidden. Please confirm that it is. Maveth says that they have one, but it's not very clear. It looks kind of like a small hat, actually, Maveth. Melchizedek, you definitely need to Photoshop one onto whatever that symbol is. Metal Mint, I can't tell. I don't think you have one. It's not very clear. Maybe make it clearer. White and red, if you don't mind. Make it as clear as possible. Nachos has gone the extra mile and has some Christmas white goo for the special occasion. Ravalon's profile picture is allegedly based on, I think he said this before, based on either a Russian version of or some interpretation of Saint Nicholas. Even though it's not the modern traditional Santa hat, I think I will permit it. So probably has one. Well done. Soldner, that is a beret, a Bert, as someone you once used to call them. I believe someone told him the T was silent and he thought the E was silent. But that is not a Christmas hat. Go and obtain one. Yes, equals hats, indeed. Let's just get this up. We used to stack hatless punks like you 5 foot high in Korea, use you as stocking stuffers. There's an even more insane version of this somewhere that someone made. Nachos, it's true, didn't make the profile picture she has that has a suspicious white gooey liquid on it, but is using it voluntarily and has been for a while. See what else we've got. Treebeard, you're new. You didn't know about the policy, but now you do. It is cheer is mandatory, equals cheer. One more extreme. You're new, but not that new. You must Photoshop the Christmas hat onto your profile picture. And Kato as well. I think you do have one. It's very pink, but it looks like you do have one. So fair enough. Thank you, everyone, for hatting up for the festive season. And Merry Christmas. I will not have any Santa deniers telling me that I'm not jolly enough, says Somnus. No, I mean, it's not quite the right colour, but I will accept it. Jubid says, don't have a hat, but here have a picture of a sleepy Cocker Spaniel. That is appreciated, however, you also must have a hat. Ladies and gentlemen, hat that guy. Grandfather Frost, says Ravelon. This is what Ravelon's profile picture is based on. Chat, press 1 if we allow this. That's good, Wolf. Oh, it looks like it's not embedding because you put Negro in it and Parry protected it. Well, the link is still there anyway. I think we can allow this. This is sufficiently Christmassy. There you go. Core, adorn. Adorn at once. Solna says it's Christmas related. To be fair, it is a Grinch. Chat, do we allow the Grinch because it's Christmas related? Solna, you're not some kind of some kind of Santa denier, are you? Because dressing up as the Grinch for Christmas, I don't know. I'm not sure that's quite adherent. I'm not sure that's quite the level of Christmas cheer that we require here. I'm not sure that we can trust someone who doesn't overtly support the big red man himself. Yeah, there you go, Malcatillo. This is slightly over-hatted, I think.
I bet.
A little bit. With the fucking tower of hats in the background. All right. Chat, press 1 to ban core for that statement. Press 1 to ban core for the statement that you see on screen right now. What is this? What is this video? Yeah, that guy's not a Santa Denier anymore. Give him the melanated role. Maybe we should have a role for cheerless punk. Chat, press 1 if we should have a role for cheerless punk, which lasts all year until they don the Santa hat during the festive season. That's how it would work. JK has sent, I believe, his first message, at least in live chat, just to support this. I sincerely agree with you. Yes, it looks like that is the prevailing preference. Core, I don't think this is a matter of Britain versus America at this point. This is just a matter of right versus wrong, I'm afraid, my man. Roll naughty lister. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, we can do both, I suppose. All right, well, I'll make the roll now, chat. If you'll bear with me a moment. Oh god, the default client is so fucking laggy. Switch over to this one, and it's not much better actually. It's a bit better. All right, give me a second. Thank you, by the way, Discord, for finally splitting the permissions on things that should never have been the same permission. Okay, so I think we actually do have a role enforced cheer, don't we? Let me have a look. I think it's in here somewhere. If it is, I think I would rather not call it enforced cheer. I'd rather do what I just suggested that we do, where we just make it a sign of shame for a year. I swear I did have a role for this though. It's in here. There it is. Enforced cheer. Let's rename it. Because I don't actually want to force anyone to do this. It's compelled speech. I just want to shame them into doing it. Let's call it Hatless Punk Naughty Lister. And I'll remove the icon because I'm nice. And we don't need the new role that I made. Okay. And then, oh, for fuck's sake, why'd I have to reset the interface when I did that? Discord is still not very well made. Okay, Hatless Punk Naughty Lister. Save changes. And Core gets it. There it is. He is now a hatless punk, and he's on the naughty list. I tell you what, do we have, is there a emoji in the standard Unicode set for coal or for like a rock or something? Because he's getting coal in his fucking stocking. Chat, press 1 if he's getting coal in his fucking stocking. Hatless punk, display, choose image, emoji, coal, does not exist. Rock. There's rock. You have flint, stone. Oh, well, we have a curling stone, the thing that you scrub the ice with, but nothing for coal. That's great. But okay, there's several black things. Now, a problem America has. What do we use then? Any suggestions, chat? Let's give him a black circle for now. Although it won't show up on the interface very well. Yeah, cool. We can do that, can't we? I can just use any image. That's a good point. I can just use any image. So hold on. Let me see if I can get the, because that's a good PNG, the Minecraft coal. Let's just use that. By the way, if you're here for news, we will get back to the news soon. We've got quite a few more things to cover. But the community is the lifeblood of the community. Right, Aiden? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Really? I'm surprised. That didn't work.
No, I think it makes sense for you to do some community interaction, obviously.
I appreciate it. I wasn't asking literally, just the stupid way I put it. Okay. So,
but yeah.
PNG, size, move that. Okay, that's its original size. Grab that. We should be able to use that as the image for the role, because you can just use any image for the role icon. Okay. Hatless punk, naughty list, choose image, browse files. Okay, we have to save it first, I guess. We just do that. Will that work? No, it sure won't. Save it then. And then browse and why is everything about this have to just, there we go, WebP. Surely you can load a WebP. It saved it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, there is now coal. Oh, it removed the transparent background. Do I have to convert this to a PNG just to make it? Discord, you saved it as a transparent PNG. Why do I have to now convert it to a PNG just for you to recognize it as transparent? A transparent WebP, rather.
Everything is becoming, I can't stand WebPs, bruh.
WebP is not the problem. I will say that loudly and repeatedly. WebP is not the problem. Companies just aren't supporting it, even though it's literally better than the other formats. Then again, JPEG XL is looking like a worthwhile replacement overall. So that's probably the better choice.
Yeah, I hate WebP because nothing fucking works with it. So yeah, I mean,
it's not. Yeah, that's not a WebP problem. It's the other software problem. I hate getting WebPs is something that you could say for sure, but WebP is not the problem. WebP is a better format than both JPEG and PNG. Anyway, there you go. If we look at Core now, he now has the coal icon. It has occurred. Yeah, indeed, Marcatello. That's, again, it's the problem with the software. But he loves Santa because he's sympathetic to those filthy elves in the workshop, true. Slightly. Some people shouldn't be given coal, they'll just burn it, says Somnus. Ah, I see. Core, are you a coal burner or an oil driller? Okay. Anyway, good. He has the coal icon, and I will give the rest of you a few minutes to adorn yourself with a hat. And if you don't adorn yourself with a hat, then you will get the coal icon. Coal hauler. All right. Good. Right. On with the show then. News. What else do we need to cover today? Yes. So we've covered the Islamic attack fairly well. Was there anything else I wanted to say on it though? I think I had more things open for it. What was this? Yeah, we went through it. So they legally owned 6 guns, apparently. Not just one. Let's hide the screen. Not just 1 or 2, but 6. How did this happen? And it's worth asking. I don't know if we know yet. But I will move on for now. If you have anything else on this story chat that you think we should cover, let me know. But I will move on for now in the interest of covering all the things that we need. Cactus is more sad, yeah, maybe. All right, the next story we have to cover is this. Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle, were killed by their son. Damn. It's pretty horrible. Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle Singer Reiner, were found dead in their home, and their son, Nick, is now being questioned by police. I mean, questioned by police is not the same thing as were killed by their son. That seems quite conclusive, but I assume that they have some reason to say this, otherwise they're getting sued. Need to know, Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle Singer Reiner, were found dead in their Los Angeles home on Sunday, December 14th. Authorities responded to a medical aid call around 3:30 p.m. to discover the bodies. Multiple sources tell People magazine that the killer was the couple's son, Nick Reiner. Nick Reiner previously spoke publicly about his long battle with drug addiction and periods of homelessness. I would hope that it wasn't as simple as, I mean, I'd hope it didn't happen at all, but if it's going to happen, it might just be as simple as he was on drugs and it went horribly wrong.
Yeah, have you seen the interview that they did a couple of years back?
So. No.
Oh, it's very bizarre. I can send it to you.
Nick Reiner to be charged with first-degree murder of his parents, according to the article someone linked. Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle Reiner, were killed by their son, Nick, according to multiple sources who have spoken with family members. Police have not yet confirmed the account. On Sunday, the fire department was called to a home to provide medical aid. They told people upon arrival they found a man 78 and a woman 68 dead. Sources confirmed the victims were Rob and Michelle. Police say Nick, 32, is alive and being questioned. No arrests have been made. Apparently now there has been one. They've been charged with it. Allegedly stabbed the shit out of both of them, then slit their throats. Now, that sounds like it was a passionate crime anyway, whether it was, I don't know if the term crime of passion necessarily fits, but he first
There's the
became...
2016 interview, though.
Thank you. I'll look at that.
Whenever you're interested in it.
Thank you.
Bleh, words.
Yes. Rob is a director, producer, and actor whose career includes some of Hollywood's most beloved films. From his 1984 directorial debut, Spinal Tap, Stand By Me, Princess Bride. That one I've seen. That was quite good. Harry Met Sally, Misery, Few Good Men. I've heard of one of those.
You never heard of Spinal Tap?
I think I may have heard of it, actually.
Oh, it's great.
He first became famous for his role as Mike on the Norman Lear TV sitcom All in the Family. Rob was born in the Bronx, New York in 1947. His father was legendary comedian Carl Reiner, still the boss. Robin, Michelle met, etc., etc. I don't know if we're going to get any more detail about what happened here with the actual murder on the page. I'll have a look at the article Somnus link because that may be a bit more up to date. But mostly we're covering what happened after this murder. Sure. Nick Reiner to be charged with first-degree murder of his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner. LA District Attorney says charges could carry the death penalty after Nick Reiner arrested in murder of his parents. Really, in California? Did they have that? Oh, he has a star. There was a press conference with the Los Angeles DA a couple of hours ago regarding these murders. Okay, well, let's hope that it's in this then. This is from 2 hours ago, so it probably will be. Nick Reiner will be charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder after he was arrested on suspicion of murdering his parents, the director and actor Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle Singer Reiner, the Los Angeles District Attorney has said. Nathan Hochman, the District Attorney of Los Angeles, said the charges could carry the death penalty and said that the counts against Nick Reiner include a special circumstance of multiple murders and a special allegation that he used a deadly weapon or knife to commit the murder. At a press conference on Tuesday, Hochman said the charges will be officially filed later today. Nick Reiner will be brought to court to be arraigned on the damages after he has been medically cleared to be transferred from the jail, Hochman said. There is a video.
The medical clearance probably has to do with his alleged severe drug addiction, I would imagine. Because apparently he's like addicted to heroin and all kinds of hard stuff.
This isn't a YouTube player, is it? Or maybe it is, actually. It looks like it, but I got the sense when it started that it's not a real one. You can't click the thing to get into it. Maybe it's a special kind of embed that they get access to.
Our office will be filing charges against Nick Reiner, who is accused of killing his parents, actor-director Rob Reiner, and photographer-producer Michelle Singer Reiner. These charges will be 2 counts of first-degree murder with the special circumstance of multiple murders. He also faces a special allegation that he personally used a dangerous and deadly weapon, that being a knife. These charges carry a maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. No decision at this point has been made with respect to the death penalty.
Pretty serious. I guess when you kill someone the left actually likes, I don't know. Maybe that's not what's happening here, but...
Well, I don't know. In terms of the left-right divide, I'm sure you're going to talk about Trump's statement on this.
Well, yeah. But I get the impression this is more justice than I was expecting. Now, it's pretty clear-cut,
yeah.
But California doesn't like the death penalty usually. And whenever there's
and this guy, he's a troubled man. He's a drug addict. He's the interview that I linked. It's about the movie that they made together, or there was a movie that Rob Reiner made. It's called Being Charlie. It's a biography of his own son and his own son's problems with drug addiction. So which that movie came out again in 2016. So this has been an issue since this guy was a teenager. He's been addicted to heroin. I mean, again, someone you think that they should like him, right? Because he's just, or I don't know, but he's privileged. Look, they do love Rob Reiner though, because he had like extreme TDS. Now, I also don't think that justifies anyone dancing on his grave on the right. But yeah, they're taking this seriously because he's one of their warriors, one of their soldiers has fallen.
Yeah. Maybe they will phrase it. Maybe someone at some point will phrase it as dangerous white men, but that might be a bit hard to stick given he was a drug addict. It says, this case is heartbreaking and deeply personal, not only for the Reiner family and their loved ones, but for our entire city, said the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department. You would hope that a police officer would not be saying it's deeply personal. He could mean to the people involved, but then it always is. Either way.
We says for the Reiner family and for the city. So personal for the city.
Yeah, well, I suppose he's not saying for me. That would be pretty bad, wouldn't it? But
yeah,
maybe. Still, I wouldn't use the word personal. Implies kind of what you were just saying, that it's considered a tribal thing, that one of the tribe has been attacked.
Yeah.
He added that the charges were not equal to evidence. Evidence is something we will be presenting in a court of law to meet the standard of proof we meet at every criminal case, which is beyond a reasonable doubt, he said, which is, of course, what you should say and do. The Detective from the Los Angeles Police Department Homicide Division took Nick, 32, into custody on Sunday night, hours after his parents were found dead in their Brentwood home. Police said that on 14th December, around 3:40 local time, LAPD officers responded to a call of a death investigation in the 200 block of South Chadbourne Avenue. They said that once inside the residence, officers discovered 2 victims. The result of the initial investigation was determined the Reiners were the victims of a homicide, and they said that the investigation further revealed that their son Nick was responsible for their deaths. Authorities did not provide any additional details. That could mean that he was found on the scene, or that he tried to escape, or that he went to a police station and handed himself in. Could mean anything. Some of this is pointing out that the family is Jewish, with a name like Reiner. I don't think that was too hard to infer, but thank you for linking it anyway. Nick was located and arrested around 9:15 local time, police said, and was booked for murder. He was being held without bail. The police said the case would be presented to the Los Angeles County Attorney's Office on Tuesday for filing consideration. Okay, so that's the incident, and I don't think we're going to know yet exactly why this happened. Although, what's this? The evening before the killings, Rob and Nick Reiner were heard arguing at a Christmas party at comedian Conan O'Brien's home, media outlets reported. And then as Nick Reiner had previously struggled with addiction and mental health, co-wrote a screenplay based on his experiences that was made into a 2015 film directed by his father. Really, you can't rely on Aiden for anything. She did it in 2016.
Oh, that was the date on the interview.
Okay, no worries. Thank you. A family friend told the Los Angeles Times that Nick was living at the family property in Brentwood and that Michelle Reiner was recently worried about his mental health. Well, it seems like she had a right to be. Well, she was right to be.
Again, yeah, the movie they made in 2015 was about his struggles with heroin addiction since the time he was a teenager.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's been addicted to heroin and hard shit for 20 years.
Yeah. And on that note, let's have a look at the interview. To be honest, just from the couple of pictures I've seen of him, he kind of looks like a little shit.
I mean, I watched a little bit of this. And I think it's worth watching if you just want to get an idea of, like, this guy, you can tell is not right.
Guys, thank you so much for being here. Congratulations on this movie.
Thank you.
From what I've read, it's a very personal story, correct?
Yes. I mean, it's...
AOL? What fucking year is it?
2015, 2016?
Still. Nacho says he freaked out and killed them, simple as. It probably is that simple. But we've jumped to conclusions on stories before. It might not be that.
Based, loosely based. It's not exactly a documentary, but it is loosely based on, things that Nick went through and his relationship to me and his mother. And you can talk.
I'm really glad that Somnus linked us to the fact that this guy was Jewish, because I wouldn't have been able to tell otherwise.
Oh, right. Yeah, no.
I'm kidding. I do appreciate it, but still, he is very Jewish sounding.
Talk a little bit more about it, Nick, if you want.
These are like the WWE microphones with the.
Do you want to take it up to that level now?
I don't know. I've seen a lot of Monday Night Raw, so.
Should we just not talk about the movie and just?
Oh dear, not a good start.
Yeah. You see what I mean, right? Why I sent this to you? Yeah.
Mind of a child, perhaps.
Something's not right.
I wonder if the drugs are not even, like, the drugs are not the root cause, they're just a symptom of a mental illness thing that was much deeper.
Yeah. Very possibly.
This could happen if you were just ridiculously spoiled, though.
I mean, I don't know. Again, like, he's been on drugs his whole adult life, even pre-adult life. So I think his brain scrambled.
Mm.
Like it seems it was scrambled 10 years ago is my point.
Yeah. I don't think I can even continue listening to this. It's too painful.
It's disgusting, but I thought it's a 10-year-old clip, and it does give it. I think that's about as far as I watched it too. Was to the end of his opening statement. It was like, "Yep, I see. Okay."
Chat. Why do I feel like he's about to give me a detailed breakdown of where Skyrim's rivers originate? Do you get that reference as well, Aiden?
Oh no, I just thought you were calling him a nerd, or an autist.
There's a YouTuber who deliberately looks over topics that seem to be boring. I can't remember what he's called. Oh, he's called Any Austin, I think. Kind of looks like this guy.
Mm.
And he studies like where do the pipes go in Starfield? Where the rivers come from in Skyrim, and this kind of thing. Silly stuff. And I've watched a couple of them. They're okay. But it's that kind of shit. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Wolf. That kind of thing. He does look quite similar. And with the whatever's going on with the hair as well. Any Austin, I when I saw the thumbnails, I always thought he was wearing a yarmulke or something. But no, he's just got a bunch of hair clips in his hair for some reason. You've got to do something to differentiate yourself, I guess. Make yourself look mentally ill. So this clip was also linked. We may watch a bit more of that interview, but this clip was also linked about Rob Reiner.
See, as a baby, Rob was routinely beaten by his father, Carl. On a typical night, Carl would slip into Rob's bed, roll him over, swab him down, and say something like, "I'm thinking about hiring Maury Amsterdam to play Buddy Sorrell. What do you think?"
Jesus Christ.
Well, the success of the Dick Van Dyke Show changed things dramatically. Carl started inviting many of his famous friends to son.
How is this funny?
Because the audience probably assumes it's not true. Then again, they would know it is because it's fucking Hollywood. I bet this is true.
So they're laughing what? Because they're in on the joke being, wow, yeah, Rob Reiner got fucking molested.
Maybe they just have to laugh because if they don't laugh, they'll fucking kill themselves.
Good God, that's fucked.
It is very fucked that he said this, but if it's true, I wish he'd said it a bit more authoritatively.
Yeah.
This is obviously Rob Reiner, not the son, but abuse does tend to travel through generations. I do wonder.
Someone says, and we're talking about a Hollywood dynasty here.
True. Someone says, remember that Al Franken is the one who became a senator from Minnesota, then had to resign after he was pictured groping a sleeping female soldier in Iraq. I mean, from what I can gather from that, fellow tomboy appreciates him. There's just certainly so many things you can say bad about that. Zemma says, it was a roast, probably not real, just an edgy joke. A roast is supposed to be based on the truth, though. I mean, this isn't even funny. It's just, it's just really, really offensive.
I mean. Yeah,
I don't mind. But
yeah, but it's not exact. I don't think it's exactly funny. Maybe, I don't know. But if it's a roast, roasts have to be based on some sort of reality. Just making some shit up out of nowhere isn't very funny. And the fact that they're all laughing at this, which is not funny, like on its face, right? Would maybe be funny in a certain context, I guess, but probably not if he was actually molested, unless you know about it. Oh, and no one else does. I'm sorry, this is the way it comes off. I don't know how else to interpret that.
Yeah, that's very strange.
Maybe there's something else going on, but it sure looks like they're like, that's very logical. You got molested, and we're all in on it. Well, at least in on knowing about it, if not in on contributing to it.
No one says, you see his face, it's real. I have no doubt that it's at least based on the truth. It may well be true given it's Hollywood. But if it's true, it's not funny because you need to call the police. Which I'm sure they wouldn't fucking do anything, obviously, but in practice, you can do something about it. But if it's not true, it's just a random offensive allegation. So that implies it is true, and it's only funny because they all know it's true. Honestly, the part we're focusing on is he was molested because his father wanted him to be and did it himself. But the part that the audience is focusing on is the part that's unusual, which is not that part. It's the context for how and why he was molested. Because molestation of children in Hollywood is completely normal. But why it's happening, well, that's interesting. That's a bit different. That could be interesting. Is that really what we're seeing here? That's why the audience that's why there's any laughter. Because of the presentation of, but why was he molested though? How? What were the series of events that led to it? The context. The molestation is just part of the course. That's probably why.
Maybe.
It's probably what's happening here. That's the structure of the comedy. That's supposed to be passé, the molestation. What is this lead gas thing you're talking about? No, I haven't heard of that. So yeah, that's horrible. Let's listen to a little bit more of this. But I'm not particularly eager to. Oh yeah, Rob was trying so hard to get his son to engage the interviewer. This is from 1 day ago. So this is now.
Oh wow.
Oh no, man, you mean the gasoline, petrol? Yes, I know about that.
Just start trash talking each other really loudly with these microphones.
We could talk some smack, but I don't know. What was the question?
Well, I mean, I guess the question is,
how personal the movie is.
It's a personal project for you guys, but it's also, as much as you might have lived some of the experiences that are in this movie, you have to tell the story, you have to write the script, you then have to make the movie. How much did you find that you had to sort of compromise what was personal for you and what told a good story and vice versa?
I think that question might be too complicated. I think you should ask him like, what he ate for breakfast this morning.
Yeah, but maybe he didn't know going into it.
Yeah.
Just how special.
Whether through rape and abuse, drugs, or
combination
genetic mental illness, or indeed a combination of all of them, he is not capable of answering a complicated question like this. That's probably why he's not engaging. Because they're asking standard questions that are a little bit challenging for the Hollywood elite. And they're asking it to someone who would struggle to answer, a basic entry-level maths question. That's what it seems like.
At least that's how he comes off, yeah.
Let's see what his answer is to the question of what kind of compromises do you have to make between the real life experiences that you had and the movie. Fine question.
Versa. The last part you just said is important because it's like you do have to realize that there are some good things from your life and whether or not you want to include them. And I wasn't really that shy about including some of the bad stuff I did because a lot of people do things that are pretty unsavory when they're going through that. But in terms of making it a narrative, of course, it's not my life, but it needs to be constructed into a story. But I think I can relate to it, of course, and I hope other people can relate to it.
That was actually a fairly good answer.
Yeah. I didn't even listen past the first little bit of it because it was bad, but he got better there.
I mean, it was a fine answer. It was better than I was expecting. Maybe at the start, maybe he was trying to be funny and just was actually acting retarded, but maybe he's not as retarded as he looks. Maybe it is nerves. Yeah, you're right. Maybe. I don't know. But this is the guy that murdered his father.
He wasn't very public facing as far as I know. It was kind of he was a washout,
yeah.
He didn't really ever have a chance. He got addicted to hard shit when he was still a teenager.
Question. So. Square jaw and underbite. Indications of incest?
Oh, but maybe. I don't know.
I mean, mental illness like this would also correlate. No one says I think so. No one is among our chief phrenologists in the chat, so...
As far as I know, the underbite takes a few generations of inbreeding to take into effect.
Well, Hollywood Jews is a relatively small group.
Well, here's the thing. All inbreeding effects take generations to actually take hold. Like, it's going to be, ironically, worse the longer you do it. It's like, even so, like, let's say you had a kid with your sister, right? It's not going to be as bad as if your kid with that sister had a kid with his sister.
Indeed. No one I see is a big fan of the coffin game.
Huh?
Good, he doesn't know what I mean. Do you know what I mean, Aiden?
Oh, Coffin of Andy and Lele?
You weren't supposed to say it. Now he'll look it up and know what I'm insulting him over.
I already knew about the game. I thought you said coughing.
Ah, never mind. Well-written game, though. Kieran says he is a Swede, so inbreeding is his speciality. That's mean, but I won't say it's not true.
That is mean.
Wolf, why have you done this? Okay, confirm that. Yeah, Ginger, I don't think we got confirmation that he specifically slit his parents' throats from the article I read, which included the press release from the police. That may be speculative, but he did use a knife. Yes, Nachos is correct. I think No One needs to sing for us for Christmas. No One made the terrible mistake of admitting to us that he can sing. And thus, No One, take it away with some Christmas carols.
No. I'm too busy having a drink.
What will it take?
That's my favorite Christmas carol.
What will it take, No One, for you to sing us some Christmas carols?
You could not afford it.
Aiden, you know how this works, don't you? All you have to do is get them to put a number on it, and suddenly people will start contributing.
Yeah, true.
No One, how much?
I'll set it absurdly high so no one will reach it. $500. And I will sing for Cabal.
Well, chat. there it is. He set the number. Why have you left spaces? Maybe you put underscores or dashes or something, but just make it all one word. You're being asked to sing Mariah Carey, No One.
Oh my god. Oh,
Ginger says, is that $500 to No One or $500 to Oozaloo? I assume that No One doesn't want to just do it for me. I assume he wants the money himself.
Yeah, but good luck actually getting it anywhere because I don't have any fucking page for that.
I guess. In that case, it sounds like he's volunteering to do the singing if you contribute $500 to me.
Oh my god, no.
Well, that's what it sounds like.
Denied.
Kieran, let me have a look. Oh, it looks like you did. Okay, I'll look at that. Yeah, it looks like if you put a capital letter in the middle of a word, it adds a space. I've been trying quite a lot of things to get that to work properly with the capitalization and the spacing, and there's always some new problem. I'll look into that. It should have been recorded correctly internally, though. It's just it displays wrong. Come on, No One, give us some Christmas cheer, says Nachos. He just says, that's what it sounds like to me. Well, chat, if you would like to contribute to me, I can't necessarily guarantee that No One will uphold his agreed contract, but if you would like to, there are the links.
I will be generous and say that, yeah, if you do 500 for Oozaloo, I will also do it.
Well, it's very generous of you, No One, thank you. If you like, I don't mind sharing some of that with you, depending on the quality of the song, of course. You can, well, both, yes. You can. We could also do support it through Cabal Aid. So /support No One sings. I suppose that would do. So let's see how high we can get that. Anyway, the story about Rob Reiner is obviously very, very sad whenever someone dies, regardless their political alignment, although maybe some bad things has happened in their lives, and maybe Rob Reiner is responsible for many of them. I don't know. Either way, what we are actually here to talk about is one of the reactions to it. Here's what Trump said. He says, quote, "A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away together with his wife Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession with President Donald J. Trump, with his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectations of greatness, and with the golden age of America upon us, perhaps like never before. May Rob and Michelle rest in peace." Not how I would have put it. It is, in fact, real, it looks like, yes. Not how I would have put it.
Trump has just lost a considerable amount of respect from me.
Yeah. Not how I would have put it. Do not support this post. Yeah, that was bad, Trump. That was a bad... Aiden, what do you think? Aiden appears to be AFK. Indeed, Melchizedek. Yeah, that was a very bad statement. Do I even need to say why? It looks like you already did that one. Do I even need to say why? He's made it about himself. He's asserted that the reason is because of TDS, which is very unlikely given everyone in Hollywood has it. He's made it a promotion of his campaign successes, which does not ring very true, given that how many disappointments he's unleashed recently. And about half the post is glazing himself. No mention of the actual reason for this, which has nothing to do with Trump derangement syndrome. Most likely his son hates Trump more than he does, or at least about as much. Doesn't seem like it was about that at all. Reportedly.
Yeah,
who fucking told you
disgusting.
It was due to TDS, Trump? This is terrible.
I mean, I hate to say it, but being contained, huh? Sure is
Chat, post
all of
bicycles.
the energy, being siphoned out of it.
I don't see where that's coming from. It's a very poor statement, but it's the kind of thing Trump would say. Unfortunately,
done the second. I mean, I guess, but this is, I don't know. Nah, like this is kind of a next level of disgusting because it doesn't have anything to do with politics. And this comes right after, on the heels of the Charlie Kirk assassination, which was political violence. To make this political when every single thing about it appears to be completely apolitical, which was a disgusting, murder of two people. And maybe they are guilty of some stuff, by the way, being Hollywood elites. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a very difficult childhood and had been molested. And if Rob Reiner had been molested, and it was generational trauma or whatever. But it's a disgusting thing to say.
Somnus says, "I don't really give a shit. The man spent 10 years screaming about him being Hitler and just spent the last couple months saying Trump was going to have him killed after the Jimmy Kimmel cancellation." I can see where you're coming from on that.
He was a nut.
Still,
he was one of the worst cases of TDS I'd ever seen.
Yeah.
But
when he's dead, there's not much he can continue to do. And even if you might want to take vengeance, it still does not look good. This is part of the sort of principles of Western civilization, is even though our enemy doesn't support them, we're supposed to. And respecting the dead, especially the recently dead, is one of those principles. Do we want to abandon that one? I don't think we want to abandon any of them. I don't think we should let ourselves get to the point where we're vengeful even after the recently dead, where their death was not even the result of anything political as far as we can tell. It honestly, it does take the wind out of the sails a bit of the justified anger over the left's response to Charlie Kirk, which was political violence. And this one wasn't. And yet Trump is not celebrating it, but using it to shallowly glaze himself.
I mean, it's damn near. It sounds like he's celebrating the death of his political opponent. Which I don't know if he's ever. I mean, like this guy, Rob Reiner, was again like one of the most TDS laden celebrities. He was certainly, I'm sure, someone that Trump really hated. But and I'm not going to say all that like when they go low, we go high or whatever shit, because the left doesn't abide by that, and it does actually hurt conservatives to play by rules the left doesn't play by. However, this is, again, not a political assassination. This is not, it doesn't appear to be political in any way. And in fact, I can't even see the politics involved. And if you wanted to get politics involved, just maybe be like if you had to, this guy, if you had to do it, I would have said something like he, was disturbed man. His family was disturbed. I'm so sorry to hear it, or something like that. Maybe if you had to mention something about him having TDS, that's how you could have maybe said it. They were like lived a troubled life or something. Not this, right? Yeah, statement for Ginsburg was better.
So I respectfully disagree about if the right plays, if the right's not playing by the left's rule book, so the left gets advantage. In the short term, that does happen, but it's different strategies. We don't want to take up the left's strategy. And if we did, we wouldn't be on this side, Aidan. I don't think we'd side with any group which was using dishonest, underhanded tactics all the time. Even if we more so agreed with their politics. And so to get good people on side, you have to act with honor. And that is a better long-term strategy, I believe. Although the left gets the short-term wins, it doesn't actually last very well because the people that they attract aren't good people, aren't effective.
Or and I do hate to say it, but
in the long term.
What kind of society do you want to live in? What do you want to represent your values?
Yeah.
This guy, again, he had TDS. He was an asshole. He hated Trump. He wasn't a criminal. He wasn't a politician who was responsible for doing terrible things. He just was a vehement, constant, and insane critic of Donald Trump. And was not killed by political violence on the looks of everything. He was killed because of maybe some Hollywood shit, but looks like personal, familial crap that has nothing to do with anybody else, and certainly probably nothing to do with politics.
So, people in chat saying that Trump shouldn't have respected Reiner, and many good reasons why not, and some that you brought up as well, Aidan. But I think the point there is that this still isn't the response that you give to someone you don't respect. Unless you think that they deserved to die, which some people have done things bad enough to deserve to die, but not critics. Rob Reiner was, from what I understand, a pretty insane critic of Trump, but it's not like he had attempted to kill one of Trump's children or something.
No.
So the response that Trump is giving, it's not even, he was a bad man, I'm sorry, I can't respect his passing, I can't speak with dignity, here's a list of his wrongs. Trump isn't even acting with the reverence
even that would be understandable
about someone who's died. He's treating this like a very shallow way to glaze himself, and if it wasn't, it would still be almost as bad, if not for the fact that he's actually not very popular with his own base, or at least a part of it right now, given some things he's done bad recently. So it's like he's standing on the body of one of his critics who's just been murdered by his son in a horrific incident, which doesn't appear to be political, and saying, look how great I am, to an audience of people that are already a bit sour on him. That's fucking awful.
And when I talk about the cycling out shit or whatever, this is pretty much the worst way he could have responded to this. And as you mentioned, he's very unpopular with a lot of his base right now, and has been throughout the entirety of his second term thus far. Has pretty much made mistake, error, miscalculation, gone against the base at almost every turn, with very little more than platitudes, or promises to do better. No, I mean, what has he done this first year?
There's been some major things he's got wrong, but they're the really obvious ones. We've constantly seen him doing things that have been good. The border is closed. There's a lot of good things he has done, but there've been some very notable bad things he's done recently. Now, if there was ever any chance that he was containment, either voluntarily or through leverage, I never had any reason to believe that until a few months ago, when he started doing this kind of thing with the 50-year mortgages. And I think it was one thing before that. With that, it may, and also kind of with the Epstein thing as well.
H-1Bs, Epstein.
The H-1B is less so because that's more recent, yes. But back then, Epstein and then sort of a big gap and then a cluster of things recently, that stuff implies leveraged containment, maybe. It's a possibility. Before that, nothing. And since then, he's still done good things as well. There's just been too many bad things as well. So I don't think he's
just pointless.
Voluntarily. So that's the thing, Eden. This isn't something that he would do if he was leveraged containment. This is just Trump being an asshole. It doesn't match that, as far as I'm concerned.
If the point is to take the energy, the wind out of the sails of MAGA and go back to sensible centrism,
that maybe
Trump has hypothesized, this would certainly do it.
You're not a marketer. You keep repeating these mantras.
Marketing.
No,
it's not
always. And you're not a marketer. You're repeating mantras herein. I don't believe that he is voluntarily doing this. If he's voluntarily trying to destroy the movement, and if anything, he's being leveraged. But even then, that would only be partial.
Sure.
And we've seen some leverage as well. But if that's the case, this is an attack by the enemy that we have to repel. So
if you prefer to call it leverage,
you put it makes it sound like it is impossible to succeed. That our enemy is basically godlike, and nothing we do has any hope. Again, not what you're arguing for is not necessarily wrong. The way you word it with the marketing phrases and everything makes it sound completely hopeless.
It's not my intent.
It's like you jump in with the full intent to demoralize your own team. And I know that you're doing it because other people have used these terms. It's a convenient way of expressing it. But that is how it comes across.
Oh, again, I'm just trying to be realistic. I'm not trying to be depressive.
Everyone's trying to be realistic.
And say that there's no hope, give up. I'm just saying that this has been a series of basically some of the worst big publicity disasters that he could possibly have made this last year with his base.
True.
And this on the heels of Charlie Kirk and after all of the look, as we were all disgusted by all of the leftoids posting their fucking little TikToks dancing on Charlie Kirk's grave. I just made a video about that before this one. Which, I found disgusting. To then turn around to do this right after criticizing those people for doing the same thing. Yeah, well, you look like a massive fucking hypocrite. And it makes everyone who supports Trump similarly look like a hypocrite.
Yes. But that is something that Trump would just do, unfortunately. I think especially, he's probably desperate to recover what support he's lost recently. So he's just looking for any opportunity, but he's a little out of it. We have something else today, actually, that I haven't watched it yet, but it may indicate Trump is not fully compos mentis. Maybe he's pushing himself too hard. I don't know what it is. Of course, it could be that he's being leveraged. And some of these things, some of the things he's done recently could be that. I suspect this one isn't. I think this is just him being an asshole, maybe a bit out of desperation. So what Trump is doing here is not the same thing as what was being done about Charlie Kirk, because that was genuinely endorsement. But he's the president. So even if it's similar, close, it's still very bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, and as I mentioned, the whole if that is the idea, if the intent is to take the wind out of the MAGA sails, the best thing that you can do to get people to see that is to express it without trying to destroy any hope.
I mean, I won't defend Trump on almost anything anymore. And during his first term, I was at least willing to sometimes do that.
Because,
oh no, give him another shot. But
because
at this point,
is a strategy they would want to use. That is what they would want to do. And the sensible centrism thing, that's a marketing term. That's bland and obvious. What they've wanted to do for years is just go back to monopoly. Lowest energy state monopoly politics, which is what they're trying to do. So calling it sensible centrism is, again, a marketing term that I think is misleading anyway. What they're trying to do is go to lowest energy state politics, monopoly, which could also be a marketing term, but it's a bit more descriptive and not as misleading. So if that's what they're trying to do, this is
terminology, but I agree with that. Yes.
Arguably in that direction, but I'm not sure if this is the way that you would do it. There's plenty of other things they've done that look like that. So Trump could be
I won't defend
with
Trump
the
over
Epstein
this
files as well, potentially.
I didn't defend Trump over the Epstein files. I'm done defending him over so much of this shit. I'm over it. I'm just saying I don't think that my opinion is unique there. I think that's how a lot of people feel. They're tired of this shit.
Yes. As Ginger said, starting to get hints of Boris Johnson or as to paraphrase, it's worth remembering that Boris did a few good things. Trump has done a lot of good things. It's just kind of overshadowed now by the very notable bad things he's doing as well. We'll see if things pick up. There's still another couple of years of the presidency, so maybe this is a trough. Maybe things will get better, but it's not looking too hopeful. And it is possible that he has been leveraged or in some way manipulated into doing that. And if he is controlled by some sort of globalist forces, then the attempt would be, as you're saying, to contain or take the wind out of the sails of the MAGA movement by destroying one of its sires. But there's a better way of expressing it that makes it sound like you're not saying things I don't think you are. If that's the case, we will find a better Trump, a better alternative, someone that will stand up to it, because that's the whole point of MAGA. And if MAGA can't do it, some other movement will. Or it'll have to go beyond politics. Either way,
I think it has to. And I'm sorry about the terminology stuff. I mean, that's just how it's typically spoken about in the circles of people I talk to about this stuff.
Mm. But
but it seems that it's a verbiage issue, not a disagreement one.
I think we've discussed it before, and obviously I'm not trying to tone police you, but it's not what you actually believe. When we talk through it, it seems like we actually agree, but the choice you make of how to present it makes it sound like you're saying something you're not. So realistically, and partly, I'm trying to prevent you from misrepresenting yourself. And I think the reason that you tend towards doing that is because the kind of people that you're listening to on this love being depressed about politics. They love doom and gloom. They live for it. And I don't really want you to.
Okay. Sorry, that's just my take on it.
I understand. I don't think we disagree very much. It's not the take I have a problem with. Kieran says, when Kirk was murdered, the left clapped like seals on command from the influencers and officials. When Rob Reiner was murdered, the right looked at Trump cheering with disgust. It's a very small minority jumping with him. I haven't seen anyone agreeing with him, though I haven't looked very hard for it. I suspect there will be some, but not many. I'm not sure about that, Ginger. Considering Dev is someone who sees himself as the prime example of a sensible centrist, the term has lost all value. Unfortunately, yes. And so really, however you use the term centrist is going to end up being misleading, pretty much. If you were joking, Eddie, I may have mistook you.
Yeah, using the term sensible centrist in a mocking way. As to what is fucking sensible. It means like soft leftism.
Yeah, I get that's what it means.
The Obama administration. It
is unfortunately kind of misleading however you put it, because the term centrism has been so widely misused. But I do understand it's kind of the narrative of centrism being sensible. But unfortunately,
I'm talking about
they're not
return to Bush, return
centrists.
to Obama. That's what I think. I mean, that's what all indicators appear to be going towards. Putting this MAGA energy away. But I get this is not a. I guess I can't express myself on it correctly, so I'm just dropping it.
Well, I don't want to make you drop the position. I just don't want you to misrepresent yourself.
Well, no, I'm not going to change my position. I'm just. Well, I'm not changing my position on it.
I know. I don't want you to change your position. I don't want you to feel like you can't talk about it either. It's just the way that you put it, I think, is misrepresenting what you actually believe in the interest of a group who want to be depressed. And I don't want myself or my audience to be unnecessarily demoralized on something like this. Even if the truth would lead to that, I don't want to amplify it unnecessarily. Yeah, it's it's difficult. This conflict was always going to be difficult. And even if that's what we know that's what they want. That's what they've wanted the whole time. It's not something recent. It's not something you need to look for indicators of. They've always wanted to get rid of the radical populists and return to something lower energy, something that they can control more easily, something that's more pliable.
No, the leftist high energy was fine.
Well, that's
to a certain extent.
But
that's being put away as well. Okay, sorry about the language. The energy from the left has been diffused a lot as well. Look at
by put away. Do you mean that the god kings that rule over us have absolute power to just snap their fingers and say it's gone now? Because I haven't seen that even with the left. That's what put away sounds like.
Of course, but that's not. You know, that's not what I mean by that at all.
Exactly. That is my point. That's what it sounds like you're saying when you say put away.
Okay.
I don't want you to misrepresent yourself, Aiden, which I think is what you're doing. The left, okay, with the left, it's much closer to reasonable to say put away because it's almost all artificial. The sort of energy and anger there, almost all artificial, produced by globalists. It's more acceptable to say it there, more like accurate to say it there.
I mean, watch what's happened to Hassan Piker over the last year. The face of the left, they're still writing all these puff pieces for him, but they are overwhelmingly now just being mocked as puff pieces, even by people who are his quote unquote fans. Like, I mean, and Hassan Piker was sort of, in many ways, the face of the progressive, young progressive left. And that all of the wind has been taken out of their sails completely.
Saying that
and now, particularly with this swathe of attacks on Jews, I think you're going to see a hell of a lot of fucking crackdowns on the Free Palestine crowd all over the world.
Possibly, but with the with Hassan Piker saying that he's put away, that's much closer to a fair thing to say because he's almost entirely manufactured and astroturfed. And see, that's the problem. Is he actually is Marga? If you say Marga's being put away, you are practically necessitating that it's so astroturfed and so manufactured that the powers above us can just put it away like they can with Hassan Piker. Even with him, it's not finger snap, it's not instant, but it's not far off that. With Trump, Trump and Marga, it is mostly genuine. Like at its peak, like 90% genuine. Maybe it's less now, but we don't even know that. There could be other reasons for what's happening. Leverage is one explanation. But when you say put away, it makes it sound like you're saying it's close to 100% manufactured or close to 100% astroturfed or controlled, which is not what you mean.
Okay, I just don't know the verbiage that that is preferable there.
Well, be specific. If you want to imply that an evil deep state force is doing it, then put away is a fine way of saying it, but I disagree, and I don't think that's what you mean. It's a mix of factors. Exactly. It's a mix of factors.
That's what I've always been saying when I use that phraseology.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to protect you from, is I think that's what you mean. But saying put away makes it sound like you're saying something else. But you're only saying it, I think, because it's a term used by people who are determined to be blackpilled. And I don't think you are determined to be blackpilled. So I want to help you not fall into it. Kieran says the proper term is lost establishment support. That's one way of putting it. Lost popular support as well. Trump is losing a bit of popular support right now. Again, it's hard to say that because tip of the spear he is, but the rest of the spears barely notice these problems. His popularity, actually, that's wrong. With Trump, it has been going down. I'm thinking of Farage, where some of the stuff we've complained about with Farage has barely moved the needle for the rest of the public, and that's a fair argument for him doing it. With Trump, it actually has.
And the economy has really not been, booming in the way that people were hoping either. So there's economic problems. There's, of course, all of the social problems that have been going on with the H-1Bs. With his behavior on this is just like it's a little cherry on top of, the Epstein files, all of this shit that has been particularly so consistently disappointing from the Trump administration and from Trump himself specifically, more than the administration. It's been his actions and sort of the things he said that have been very disconcerting to people and have in many ways taken the wind out of the sails of a lot of MAGA that were full when he got reelected of good, we're finally done with Biden. We got grandpa out. Now we've got, proper authority back in the White House. And then immediately kind of just starts to, if not to the exact opposite of what he's promised, like with the H-1Bs, then just be really disappointing. Whereas I think the first term was much there was much more tangible change and things that were done that people could at least attempt to point to and say, this is why we like this guy. I don't know what they're pointing to here in terms of big things comparative to all of the scandals and comparative to all of the just complete errors. And they're unforced errors. This is an unforced error, for example.
Yes, this is. I don't think the second term is distinctly worse than the first. The second term has got more notable problems, unforced errors, as you say. But the first term, he was more naive. He trusted the wrong people. More things went wrong outside of his control because he was assuming that people could be trusted, but they couldn't. Second term, he didn't make that assumption. He's got more control. And he has used it to do very many good things. He's done a lot of good things in the first term, a lot of good things in the second term. A lot of them are long-term things that don't really manifest in the short term. But the fact that the economy isn't picking up, that is odd. And the fact that the tariffs are apparently going so well, but they're not aiding the economy is also odd. I think there probably is a good explanation for that. It may be that he's using them to shore up the state's resources rather than putting it directly back into the economy, however that would work exactly. But tariffs do take from the local economy, and this maybe is the pain that has to go through to divest from the cheap Chinese labor. If that's the case, I'm glad that things are I'm glad that's happening, and so the economy not recovering straight away is how it should be. That's how it's expected to be. If it really is divestment. It's not just a
straightaway recovery. When you talk about the 50-year mortgages stuff too, it's saying like that is a long-term economic fuck up, in my opinion. Let's go towards 50. Yeah. Instead of making homes more affordable in the real sense, no, let's let them keep charging, in fact, even higher, more exorbitant prices so they can get you on a 50-year mortgage so you can buy a house instead of on a 20-year mortgage or a 30-year mortgage, something that's slightly more reasonable. That is not making it so that young people can buy homes much more easily. It's putting them into a lifetime of debt slavery. That's not good either. And I think people, particularly after Christmas, people are like, they have to be facing it right now. People have to buy presents, people have to travel, and everybody's fucking broke.
Yeah. The 50-year mortgage thing, I don't know why he's proposed that. Pug says we need to know the name of the advisor that pushed the 50-year mortgage. Indeed. It could have been that he was leveraged to do that, to try and take the wind out of the sails of the movement. It could have been that it was just a dumb mistake that he was advised to do by someone, that he was misled on how it would work. But he's supposed to know economics. It could be that there's something we don't know. Maybe there is some way that it can be turned to his advantage. Maybe it's it's only optional. Maybe there's some special requirements. I don't know. Maybe there's something we don't know that he thinks makes it work. But it's definitely a fuck up. But it's a much more apparent fuck up. The Epstein files as well, and a couple of other things. The way he's doing H-1Bs, which is not absolutely bad. It could be worse. He's not talking about 1 trillion G's. He's talking about a few 100,000 experts, but that's still not what we want. So all that stuff has been happening, but at least he's not as naive to the problems this time. And there are indications of things that we would want happening. The Clintons are being pursued legally, for example, whereas they weren't in the first term. And the borders are closed. Deportations are happening, though not as fast as we'd like, though maybe as fast as the personnel can do. And there are long-term economic changes that are being made that should be better. There's movement towards good policies, at least in executive order form, but moving further than that in some cases towards things that we do want. So it's easy to forget the good things that have happened. They keep coming up. We don't even really cover them. But there's been a lot of good things he's done in both terms. In the first term, he was more naive, so the good wasn't quite as good. In the second term, he's less naive, but has made some bigger fuck-ups. I don't know why he's making those. It could be what you're saying. It could be something else. But I don't think either term was particularly worse than the other. I think that a lot of his audience is losing faith in him, probably mostly because of the Epstein files thing. That was unfortunately a win for the Democrats narratively. They don't want the Epstein files released either. But I think they know he either can't because it doesn't exist or can't because he doesn't want to for some other reason. So they're trying to force him into it, get themselves a win. That arguably could win in the midterms, which they absolutely do not deserve. But I don't think that we should assume that there's malice, even leveraged from Trump on these. I think all of them probably could be explained by something else. The one I'm the least able to explain is the 50-year mortgages thing. But I don't know, maybe there's some explanation for that as well. Norman says 50-year mortgages might be initially lower if I remember my economics right. However, market forces would converge towards our same situation, but with 50-year terms. Yeah. So it's going to end up being however much someone can afford per month is how much they can charge. So
yes,
it just ends up being 50 years of that, which means that house prices can just go up because people can afford to do that for longer. So it's a terrible idea. The only thing then that I can think of is that he's just trying to relieve prices in the immediate term right now. But that's only going to last a short time.
It's just an absurd ask. It's anyone, first of all, most people could even think about buying a house at 20. But it would mean that if you bought a house at 20, you pay it off when you are 70 years old. And that's, that's insane. And yes, it will make it so that it will seem as if the cost of buying a house goes down because the monthly payments are going to go down to adjust for people being more strapped for cash or whatever it is. However, they end up paying more because of the interest rates. So they end up paying far more for the house in the long term. Even more, and that doesn't. And the price of the house didn't decrease; it stayed the same. And in fact, they ended up making more because they get more in interest, or everyone ends up making more except for the people buying it.
Arguably, he'd been better off changing it to 10-year mortgages.
I mean, but that's the limit, right?
Yeah, making it illegal to have mortgages longer than that. I don't know if it's a good idea to limit the market like that, but if it already is limited, making it a shorter limit would be better. I mean, that's something we've been talking about with universities as well. The more money that the government makes available for people to borrow to get into universities, the higher they can put their prices because that money from the government is unprotected, is guaranteed.
You can look it up on two graphs, the amount of government subsidies to colleges and what's it called? The college loans, federal student loans. As they go up and the amount that people are allowed to borrow goes up. Oh, wow, the cost of tuition has gone up in a completely linear and nearly identical trend. Weird.
Yep. Same thing with mortgages. The more government, the more money the government is, even by regulation or by subsidy, is willing to let flow when they could or should limit it, the more it will cost. The more money is freely available, basically, the more the thing will cost. I wonder what would happen if you can just have any limit for your mortgage length. I mean, it would just be essentially, if you want a house, you have to enter debt slavery with your bank of choice. Which is basically what it is now anyway. Yeah, 50 years is basically that anyway.
Almost no one can afford to go buy a house, with the cost of housing now.
But then would competition drive that back down again? I expect it would, but it hasn't.
Yeah, but it's concomitant though with massive immigration. So the cheapest housing, it basically gets given priority to people who are not Americans or not citizens of wherever it happens to be. And so you have increased competition for the lowest priced housing.
Yeah.
They get priced out. They get priority on a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
For all sorts of reasons. And then the only housing that is available, it becomes increasingly more expensive because of higher demand.
Yeah.
So you can even, I'm not, look, it's being done on purpose too, to squeeze people, but you can even argue it as to, well, we have to because there's more demand.
You could argue
pay
that
no attention to all the empty houses sitting around.
Yeah. You could argue that by closing the borders and deporting, and then doing the 50-year mortgages thing, you would see for maybe 5 to 10 years drastic decreases in the price of getting on the housing market so that young people could. But that's very optimistic. I'm sure that there's other factors. And then that competition would keep it down because there's no immigration. But that's very optimistic. I'm not sure I believe that would actually happen. Ginger says, there is one way to make this 50-year mortgage shit make sense. Get everyone on 50-year mortgages, institute a year or two of hyperinflation, wipe out all debts. Suddenly a lot of people own their homes, maybe. I mean, maybe it's an incentive to make sure that banks don't let the economy hyperinflate, but I think they already have incentives for that anyway. If they announce you can take an empty house, there will be one early mover that will take them all. Yeah, probably. Or at least most of them. So yeah, not great here by Trump. And a lot of speculation can be made about why he's doing it. And really, all answers may be true as to why. Including he's just being an asshole, which is I think the Occam's razor answer, but not necessarily true. Kieran says, majority of cheap housing, one-bed flats, bedsits, studios, etc., are reserved for the benefits of refugees in Aberdeen. Only way for students, teens, or new parents to get a decent place to go through housing associations or to go into debt for a generation. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I mean. Yeah.
It's something we intend to fix in Great Britain. Something that I don't know if you're any closer to fixing it in the US, but at least, turning off immigration and starting deportations should help with that. It should do, although it may take time for that to manifest. It's
hopefully.
I think I can't remember who it was. It may have been someone in here actually that described it as the easy fix button, which it kind of is. Like almost all of the, and it's interesting that the public can sense it as well. Almost all of the problems we're facing, there's many things you have to do to solve them, but the one that fixes the most of them with the least effort is cut immigration to almost zero or zero and deport a lot of people. That fixes most of them, or at least fixes most of them. There's other things, of course, but that's the easy fix button. It's not a hard policy. Countries have always done it. Not to include our country, but that inheritance tax makes more sense with the concept of 50 mortgages, which is horrifying. Yeah. Yeah. Anyone who thought Trump was the sort of silver bullet that was going to fix everything was wrong. There was a brief time in 2016 where I may have implied that. I don't think I ever would have stated it, but it may take more than one leader. It may even take more than one movement to fix these problems, but that's the eternal conflict. And I think I'd rather it be a conversation, as it were, a bloodless conflict, than a bloody one. So keep fighting. Natchez says, never expect politicians to solve your problems. Mostly, I would agree with that. Once in a generation, you get one that is better than the norm. And you do get a sort of shifting of the prevailing direction. We've had stagnant politics for many years. It's a little bit more lively now, but the powerful forces in the world want it stagnant. Those with power always do want stagnation. I've been working on the notion that tyranny is always the result of people with power who want to stagnate society, prevent innovation, prevent change. It sounds maybe passé, but it's a different way of viewing it. That's always what it's caused by. And that's definitely the case here. Globalists don't mind change, but they want change of a specific kind. And they want the politicians to be completely bland and pliable and to serve their interests, which currently they do and have for years. But the people are now trying to inject a little bit of activity into the system, a little bit of movement, which is desperately needed, movement in a good direction away from the globalists. And they're trying everything they can to stop it. If they have gained control of Trump, we need someone better, or we need to break their control of him. Either way, with what little we can do individually.
At this point, the only kind of movement I can see having any positive effect is the kind of forwards and backwards movement of sharp objects.
Well, I hope that's not the only hope we have, but if it is, so be it. Almost as I think human relations, the economy, and by extension class just generally devolves into slavery. You could express almost everything as something like that, because everything relates to something analogous to it. But yeah, there is a lot of that. I mean, I think what psychopaths generally want to do is to be the wolf in the hen house who's just able to eat whenever they want to farm humans, essentially. And that's most of what the problem is today, is people that become successful in a system. The system may be initially set up so that good people succeed in it, but then gradually psychopaths, because they want power, will find their way to the top, and then they'll gradually modify it in small incremental ways to make it so that people like them, people can cheat to get more because they want to use it themselves. So the more they do that, the more it becomes, you have to be a bad person to get influence. And so it just promotes psychopaths more and more and more. And we're, I think, relatively near the end of that cycle now, with a hell of a lot of subversion to push that process along. And it's a natural cycle, but this is why we need some sort of good reset. And I'm not talking about the kind of full reset. It can be cultural. We don't need to reset the basic political system. We do need to rejuvenate them, though. But some reset of that tendency, such that actual merit is once again promoted above merely psychopathic will for power. But all the globalists who have control they should not have, I think if we looked at them individually, we would be able to say with quite a lot of certainty that each one of them is a psychopath. Someone says, new evidence indicates that Ilhan Omar may be guilty of immigration fraud for her or her own naturalization, not just that of her brother husband. Her birth date has been altered in records, and the original entry would mean that she was really 18, not 17, when her father was granted citizenship, which means she wasn't legally eligible to be given it at the same time. Underage children and naturalized aliens are also naturalized. Interesting. So there's more than one method by which you could say that she's illegitimate. JK says, I call for enslavement of every psychopath. Unfortunately, much like the left, see, this is the more zoomed out perspective. What we need right now is stability. And the right are generally good for the right, and sort of autistic, ADHD, charismatic, good people, moral people are right for that. That's good. That's what we need. But in the longer term, and after this era, and into the hundreds and thousands of years hence, you do need bad people. You do need the left, because even though they are iconoclasts, violent, destructive, corrupting influences, they at least necessitate change. And corruption is better than stagnation. Unfortunately, what we have today is both. Boys will be taught how to respect women and girls as part of the new national curriculum. Well, I'm surprised that wasn't in there already. That's disappointing, obviously. I'm just surprised it wasn't there already. Yeah, JK, put the hat on. The hat doesn't cost money, JK. You just have to Photoshop a hat or MS Paint a hat into your profile picture. Or ask someone to do it for you. There's many people here that would be willing to, I think. True, bitch rip. Nachos, get back in the kitchen. Watch her move down to the kitchen channel. KKK, she says. It's not my place to tell you to get back in the kitchen. Tell your man to tell you to get back in the kitchen. There you go. She's moved down to the kitchen voice channel. That's just yeah. The only 3 people currently with the ability to do that are Nachos, Aiden, and 8-Ball. Oh God, he's the wolf in the henhouse. Nachos and Aiden, can you confirm that 8-Ball is the wolf in the henhouse for giving himself the Women Alliance supporter role?
He's got to get all the roles, though.
He does. All right. Interesting.
I mean, really, it's against him. It's not in his favor. Now he's a woman. That's awful. I'm sorry, man. It doesn't get better. It'll only get worse.
There's a little design flaw with my role assignment system that I've just realized. The role assignment. I will do so manually for now, but I will fix that when I can. The reason I say that is that if you acquire a special decoration role when you have the patron roles to get it, and then you lose the patron roles to get it through one means or another, this is not what happened in his case, by the way, and then you want to remove that role, then it won't let you because you don't have the patron roles to add it, so you can't remove it. And that's an oversight of mine in the program. I should have made it so you can remove it as well. The reason I didn't is because some roles you shouldn't be allowed to remove. Some are voluntary and indications of your opinion, but some are joke roles that you should be allowed to remove. So I need to add a feature to mark a role as freely removable, I suppose, and to just mark all of or most of them as that, so that people can remove them without needing roles to do so. Raise the colors for the protest movement. I did make it free, but since that's been a while now, it's now just the England flag. And so like the others, it does require a patron level to get. and so someone couldn't remove it when trying to, for whatever reason. So I need to modify it to make that easier. Okay. So is there anything else in my list of topics to cover? Oh yeah, the thing I just mentioned, actually, with Trump. Dazed Donald Trump humiliated in urgent update as viewers say he's lost it. President Donald Trump on Monday addressed the Brown University shootings and the deaths of Rob and Michelle Reiner. Doesn't look great if this is as bad as it sounds. US President spoke to reporters about the Brown University shootings. Let's have a look. There's a video here somewhere, I assume. Here we go.
Can you full screen?
If I try, it might do... Oh no, that's good.
Not bad.
It's rare for Trump to not be the center of attention in a room. Usually he doesn't like that. For this officer to have his back to the president isn't great. Trump should be involved in whatever's happening in that room, especially while the cameras are on him. Maybe he's sensing that that's what's happening and he's not happy about it.
That's great job. That's great. Thank you.
It doesn't help that the mic is on him and on no one else, and he's being filmed while this is happening. So it does look kind of awkward. But
yeah.
It's not that bad yet.
Great job. Great job, fellas.
I think anyone would look a bit awkward if something is happening in the room that they're not doing and you just film them.
Yeah.
So I don't think this is not really much of a case. I don't know if this is the video I'm supposed to be looking at though, but there might be another one. I don't think Silent has a domain, but I think there is still some remnant of the law that he wrote, which we should include. I think we did last time include as much as we could of that in the Cabal law streams. Aiden, do you see Vill's message there? You definitely need to consult with Vil if you ever do that horoscope video.
Oh, yeah.
Vil says, that is what explains the narcissistic traits. Leo on the horizon when he was born at 9 a.m. in New York. You know what, Vil? I didn't know.
Yeah, that explains it.
Yeah, that would explain it. The viewers have said that Donald Trump experienced a rather awkward moment after speaking to reporters in the Oval Office on Monday. Trump addressed the Brown University shootings and the deaths of Rob and Michelle Reiner, the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine, how he thinks tariffs are working, and the state of the stock market. He also signed an executive order designating fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. During one moment, Trump then participated in a Mexican border defense medal presentation. In a clip shared online, Trump can be seen standing around as the presentation takes place and is left wandering the room whilst no one interacts with him. Okay. It does look a bit awkward, and as I said, it's not really in his classic style where he's the center of attention. However, here's my hypothesis. The press has learned, after many years, some strategies to make someone look bad, and they're pulling them out at the opportune moment. If you film someone while they're not involved in something that's happening, they look dazed, or they can. It's more likely that they do. And so this would happen. This probably has happened loads of times to all kinds of people, president or not. But if you put the mic on them and film them while it's happening, don't focus on what's happening, but focus on just what they're doing, then they would look bad. That said, he didn't look great.
I have seen that exact same kind of behavior from technicians who are not currently using a CNC milling machine, but are expecting to use it in the near future, and so are hanging around in anticipation. That is the behavior that we just saw. That is a man who is just kind of, well, I need to be here, but I don't need to do anything, so I guess I'll just be here. If that's Trump losing his mind, then, well, apparently the bar for losing your mind has gotten awfully low.
I wouldn't like the impression that I'm arbitrarily defending Trump here. I was ready to see him acting like he was becoming senile here. And it would line up with some of the things he's done recently. But that's not what I'm seeing here. What I'm seeing is the mic happened to be on him and the press decided to film him while he wasn't doing anything. Now, still, a president and a man as strong-willed as Trump should probably look better than this when he's not doing anything. Maybe that's your indication that there's something wrong. But it could also have just been a slightly off day. That's all you would need to explain this. It wasn't even that bad. It was just a bit more passive than I'd expect from Trump. What do you think, Ed?
I got distracted by a meme. Sorry.
Yes, I can see that. Sorry, you know what? This is much more important. There you go. Aiden's meme, everyone.
Sorry, I was looking at 4chan for a second.
Relatable.
Yeah,
no one, of course, does this.
Who doesn't?
Yes, it does.
You mean
Christmas?
You do not, Wizard?
Yes, I am saying that I do not do this. Christmas random act of kindness. Softly kiss the postman's fingers when he puts them through your door to let him know that you are thankful for his Christmas gifts. Why not have a bit of a suck on a finger of your choice for an extra slice of Christmas kindness?
I'm sorry, it kind of like stun locked me.
It's the same one that already existed, just Christmasified.
Yeah.
I can engage in the Christmas suckle.
I can tell you why you like this, Aiden.
Why?
There's one thing in particular, and it's not the sucking. Get your mind out the gutter, Aiden. There's one major factor here, which will make this more to your liking. Chat, do you see it? It's subtle, but it's here. Do you see it?
What do you think it is? I don't know what you think it is.
Mm-hmm. Any ideas? The fingers, the tacky earring, no? The answer is... that's Times New Roman.
Oh, it is Times New Roman. Yeah, it is. No wonder I liked it. Yeah.
How did you not notice that?
Well, I guess I didn't think about it. I was too distracted by the image and the text and the finger with the hand with way too many fingers.
But also the tacky earring, yes. Aiden, are you not offended by this?
What?
Do you remember the earring?
Times New Roman thing?
No, the tacky earring.
No.
Do you remember you left an
Why
earring
would I be
here?
offended? Oh, I did.
Mm-hmm. And where did you get that earring?
Timu. I'm gonna fuck.
Look, all I'm saying is, yeah, Exhumed Legume, well spotted, the hand does have 6 digits. I figured that was a bit too obvious to say. This artist does that. Frankly, the fact that there's only 6 is quite a fucking knockout win.
Yeah,
usually there's way more than that.
Restraint. There's a lot of restraint used.
Yes, and if you'll draw your attention down here, what's going on there then?
Not nearly enough.
Mm-hmm. This artist does that. And like, quite aside from the fact that there's, why is the postman not wearing shoes? Why is the postman's arm too long? This is the art style. It's surreal, disturbing, but it's funny. No one likes the art style. No one, this is basically, actually, I won't say that. It's not as bad as the globalist corporate art style, is it? But it's just as inhuman. At least in this case, it seems to be intentionally a parody. But maybe that's only because of what it's accompanied with. Reminder that the rot in our society is largely being driven by the legacy of fags. Interesting. Few people are eating good, says Court. chat, we've already given Core the Cole role. Does he need an even worse role just to go along with what he just said there? Corpo slop art parody to be somehow even worse. Core claims to not like feet, and yet he just said feet people are eating good. Why were you thinking about how well feet people are eating if you aren't one yourself? Very suspicious. Get the feet out of your mouth, Core, or get the Santa hat on your head. Nacho says they think I like lots of things I don't. Nachos, do you peg? Because we have some evidence. I mean, if you'd like to see the evidence, we go to Femoids, Nachos, and then SAMV, Support Association for Male Victims of Pegging. Have you seen this, Aidan?
Yes.
SAMV, save my dignity after Nachos left me in pieces, says Brickles.
Aw.
Yeah. Join our Strap Back program to educate yourself others on consent and boundaries. In our spotlight story, meet Brickles, a brave survivor who endured a harrowing ordeal at the hands or straps of the notorious perpetrator known only as Nachos. And Nachos has learned from this experience. She has learned that rolling with it is usually a better idea than reeing at it when people mock you. So well done, Nachos. How long can you keep this up while we keep saying that you keep pegging people, knowing that it does bother you at least a little bit? How well can you put up the act that it really doesn't bother you, actually? God, it's such a shame that Fallout New Vegas is just a bad video game designed by idiots who have no idea what they're doing.
Oh my God.
Like, were they trying to make a bad video game? That's what it seems like. Should we have a role called Mr. Tarantino? Give it to Core. There you go. Now she's screaming. No, it's fucking not. Well, she can embrace one of these, but the other may be a little bit beyond her abilities. Core says it's okay, Nachos. At least you don't have coal in your stocking. Yeah, I recommend to women not to put coal in your stocking.
Ew.
What do you mean, ew?
Huh?
It's Christmas. Don't put coal in your stocking unless you're a naughty person.
Huh? I mean, I've been disconnected from the thing.
He is called Neil Roll. I don't know that one. Kieran, I don't know what he's called. Every shade of yellow paint. Explain, Jadith. I can hear you. Aidan.
It says I've been disconnected, though.
Oh. I see you as still here.
From the stream. I don't know. That's weird. Let me try leaving and reconnecting.
Ginger, why have you said this?
This stream is ended.
Let's see. What, on YouTube?
No, here in Discord.
Oh, yeah, the screen share just died. All right. That's not your fault then. I mean, most things are, but that one wasn't.
I was going to say, no, you can just play with me anyway. Whatever.
Jack, press 1 if it was Aidan having tech issues.
Yep.
Nachos hates 4. Well, it's only because you like New Vegas, and New Vegas is bad.
Oh my God.
Nachos apparently was very thankful to Ginger for the advice on how best to peg someone. Ginger, why are you assuming that she's going to peg Nomon? You know what? Yeah, she's going to peg Nomon. Nomon, be careful. Nomon's scampering away from the peg. Okay, so Nomon, would you rather sing Christmas carols for us or get pegged by Nachos? Sing, he says. Easy answer, I guess. Nachos, would you rather peg Nomon or hear him sing Christmas carols? Nachos says, Wolf would get it before Nomon. Wolf deserves pain, so sing. Either is fine, she says. Well, no, when you've got options. Wolf, are you... Wolf's not here. Oh, wait, never mind. Why Wolf? Why does he deserve pain? He made your profile picture, didn't he? Didn't he provide the extra details that you requested? No one needs more alcohol. Understandable, to be honest. Anyway, I think that's it. Unless there's more to that story. There was another thing on it. Donald Trump makes huge error on live TV as viewers say his brain is broken. Trump says the arch he plans to build blows away Paris's Arc de Triomphe. It is French. Now, so I had these two articles about Trump making mistakes. The first one, kind of a wash. The second one, is this just going to be Trump was doing his standard bluster, but the press here, which is the Express, which aren't too bad, is assuming that he meant bigger than, which he didn't. He meant better than, in his own way. That's probably what we're going to find, but let's find out.
What is this, Mr. President?
Thank you, guys.
It's going to be built.
Thank you all. You covered this way. Thank you.
For who?
Thanks, guys.
Take a look.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, no, I know where it is, but who's it for?
Thank you, guys.
The Arc de Trump?
Okay. Let's just read the article then. What the hell was happening in that room, though? I mean, was that AI? It was very strange. Trump has sparked concern with viewers at home after he detailed plans for his Arc de Triomphe-style monument in Washington, D.C. The US president is aiming to mark the 250th anniversary of the US and has teased the idea of a massive ceremonial arc to reporters. On Sunday, Trump told the press, there's a group of people out there that have been very successful and we've already started talking to them. Trump then proceeded to say, and mispronounce, we are building an arc like the Arc de Triomphe. It's something that will be so special. It will be like the one in Paris, but to be honest with you, it blows it away in every way. Okay, that is standard Trump bluster, even if it isn't bigger.
Yeah.
That is standard Trump bluster. And to be honest, I would probably say the same thing if it was my country and I was building it. Fans have reacted online to Trump's tease and alluded to his mispronunciation. One person said he mispronounces it, misunderstands it, and still thinks it'll be historic. Somewhere the dictionary has left the chat. Guys, do you know that arc and arch are basically the same word? And that you'd say arch in English, but arc is just the name of it in French. It's not wrong. Like, arc, as in monarch, can mean like the person on top, but arc just means the shape. It's just a curve. And so arc is a perfectly valid thing to call it. Arch is just the English, like it's the more appropriate for exactly what he's talking about, but they both fit.
Yeah, it's a bit pedantic.
It's very pedantic. Besides which, he was live. That's the kind of mistake anyone would make. Is this it? I was ready to criticize Trump today, genuinely. I was ready to say, look how fucking dumb he is. This could explain some things. But no, this is a total wash. Neither of these make any sense. A second also joked, while in French it's pronounced arc, he's totally confusing it with what it is, an arch. It's the same thing. It's a minor blunder.
He specifically related to the Arc de Triomphe, though. So kind of pointless and retarded.
Arc de Trump is a fun name for it. Why not?
Yeah, it's the pun or whatever. Yeah.
Also, it's French and thus wrong. That's a good point, Britwit. That's the best. That is the best argument. A third also echoed, the hilarious part is that no one tries to correct him. A fourth also commented, it's arc in French. You know, arc in French is arch in English. I mean, duh. A fifth also typed online, what's new every day is something idiotic. He can't even pronounce Arc de Triomphe. He has no idea what it stands for either. I don't care if he can't pronounce the French word the way the French would pronounce it. Frankly, I shouldn't be. The Arch of Triumph.
Sorry, I don't give a fuck about that. Oh, that he didn't put the right emphasis on triomphe or whatever.
Meanwhile, according to CBS News, when asked who the Washington, D.C. Arch was being built for, Trump pointed at himself and replied, me. Which is, again, I mean, that's maybe the worst thing here, but it's still pretty minor. It's standard Trump bluster. But he could have been saying, who is contracting it to be built? Me. That's the president, using taxpayer money, probably, but I'm not even sure if he's doing that. That's so minor. But what he should have said is the American people. But me it's just Trump bluster. However, Trump did not specify the cost of the arch or its funding source. He is referring to the Arc de Triomphe, which was constructed between 1806 and 1836 at the western end of the Champs-Élysées in Paris. It was built to commemorate the soldiers who lost their lives in the French Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars. Yeah, that is a nothing burger story. Yeah, top comment, another nothing burger inspired by TDS. The Express is usually pretty good. They're at least pretty good on UK politics. And it's kind of like the Gateway Pundit in that they're a bit more daring in what they say, but a little bit less strongly verified. But I guess they have a bit of TDS as well. With stories like this. Both of these were from the Express. So yeah, these were nothing burgers. Indeed, Jadev. Indeed, and they are fairly good on UK politics. Hey, speaking of UK politics, a little bit of good news I saw. Reform unveils plan to slash 68,000 civil servants, saving taxpayers billions. Good. Do it then. Let's see if they actually fucking do it, but good that they're saying they will.
Yeah, it waits to be seen.
Indeed. But at least it's on the books. At least it's part of the plan. Better than it not being. Someone says they're trying to fill Rob Reiner's shoes just extremely ineptly. Maybe, yeah. Maybe. I wasn't going to go through this article. I'm going to end about now, actually, but it's just good at least that he's saying it. Right. Good. In that case, chat, yeah, imagine caring how to correctly pronounce French, exactly. In that case, anyone that is currently watching on YouTube, hopefully you'll stop by to the Discord server, where we will be doing something tonight. I'm not sure exactly what. Maybe we'll watch a movie or continue with a show. We have been watching through Stargate SG-1, which I've never seen, and Aiden's been recommending it and has been somewhat hosting the events as well. We're right at the end of Series 1. Maybe we'll finish that tonight, or we'll find something else fun to do. So come join cabal.oozloo.net, or of course, you can use cuck.shorvatataki.com or cabal.racism.africa. All of these work. And we'll see you there. Thank you for watching, everyone. And I'll be streaming again. The plan is Friday, Saturday, Tuesday. This is scheduled Tuesday, Friday, Saturday. So I'll see you again streaming on Friday, but I may stream before then. It just won't be a scheduled one. Either way, there will be stuff going on in Cabal until then. And remember, this weekend, actually, I won't be streaming on Saturday, will I? Because I've got the Lord of the Rings thing. So maybe I'll do another stream before Friday to make up for it. So yes, hopefully you'll be here on the weekend either way. And stick around in general. Thank you, Aiden, for joining me today.
Yeah.
And I'll see you guys soon. Good night.